name is coming up and he's being called for explanation. Several top officials who worked with KCR have also appeared before the commission and in fact given their point of view, including someone who headed the DISCOM and also senior officials in the energy department and others who have been called in for questioning. This also comes at a time when the Congress government is in fact facing a lot of criticism for power cuts in the state itself, and the Chief Minister, when I asked him specifically about it, in fact said that there is some kind of a sabotage that's happening at multiple levels, because of which this kind of power cut is being experienced in some places. He seemed to suggest that there was some hanky-panky that was going on and that they would set it right, because he says, according to the figures that they have, that the power situation is not as bad as it is being made out to be. But the Congress government very keen to point out that during the BRS government's time that there were huge irregularities that the government has alleged in the power purchase agreement with Chhattisgarh, and the Chief Minister himself in the Assembly had mentioned that he suspects that thousands of crores of rupees have been made in the power purchase agreement as well as in the construction of the thermal power plants at Yadadri and Badadri as well. So this is something that will continue to simmer and remain in focus. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back to the whole number.
Co-power.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try. And
stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app.
The party that has picked two deputies as well, KV Singh Dio as well as Pravati Parida. He was the Chief Minister-elect, was born in the Rai Kala village. He is the son of a security guard. He was the village head between 1997 and 2000 and was the General Secretary of the BJP's Odisha Scheduled Tribe Morcha. Before being elected as an MLA, the 52-year-old has won from the seat 4 times, including the assembly elections this year, in which his vote margin was 11,577. The Chief Minister-elect also holds a law degree. The Chief Minister is a strong tribal voice when it comes to Odisha, is known for his organisational skills. He has also was the Chief Whip in the outgoing Odisha Legislative Assembly. He says that he will be following the vision of the Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
उड़िसा लोगों का काम करने के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप से दायित्व लिया है और संकल्प भी लिया है. जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो मोदी गारंटी का जो बात बोले काम करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों के मोदी गारंटी का जो काम उसको निश्चित रूप से अगला 5 साल में करके दिखाऊंगा और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों को न्याय दूंगा.
And we have Saurabh Gupta joining us. Saurabh, who all are expected to be there in attendance, given a star-studded affair is expected this morning in Andhra Pradesh, and from there the Prime Minister is expected to be there in Odisha. Who else is expected to be there?
Well, you know, one of the most well-known tribal faces in the BJP in these few years is Mohan Majhi, and of course he's now becoming the Chief Minister. And it is going to be a star-studded affair. You can see massive arrangements have been made for the swearing-in ceremony. Cutouts of Prime Minister Modi have been placed, along with, you know, seating arrangements, coolers, toilets, and a massive stage where the Chief Minister, Mohan Majhi, will take oath. Now, Mohan Majhi, of course, met the governor yesterday. He's one of the strong tribal leaders. He's a 4-time MLA from Keonjhar. He's well known in the state as an aggressive leader. Also something that, you know, he's done in terms of the fact that he's been, you know, in the assembly as, you know, a very strong BJP presence in the assembly, even during his tenure as the opposition chief whip. So he's, of course, a well-known tribal face in Odisha politics. And for those who cover politics, of course, in Odisha, this is no surprises that he's also been chosen, because while there were heavyweights in the running, Mohan Majhi was also one of the contenders. In the list of contenders that we had put out, Mohan Majhi was very much there. Chief Whip in the assembly earlier, the opposition chief whip, but also a very strong tribal face. And the tribal vote is very important in Odisha. In fact, you know, the BJP has gone on record to make the point that not only has it made Draupadi Murmu the president, who's a woman from the tribal community, but also it's given Odisha a tribal chief minister as well. So the president of India from Odisha, from the tribal community, and now you have the chief minister of Odisha from the tribal community. And this is basically keeping an eye on, you know, the tribal population, the tribal aspirations, because that's an area which the BJP wants to cultivate, apart from the other, you know, communities that it counts on as its voters. So this is, of course, a very high-profile event that's going to happen at the Janata Maidan. Massive arrangements like we just showed you. And Mohan Majhi, along with Deputy Chief Minister Singh or Kanakvardhan Singh, who's from a royal family, and also, you know, Pravati Parida, who's, of course, being the Mahila Morcha chief, and, of course, she's also taking oath as a Deputy Chief Minister, a woman face also from the coastal region. So all calculations have been done by the BJP in formulating this leadership that will take the, you know, its program in Odisha forward, with Mohan Majhi as Chief Minister, Kanakvardhan Singh as Deputy Chief Minister, and Parvati Parida as Deputy Chief Minister, along with others who will be sworn in as ministers later.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh. We will keep tracking that story. And let's just listen into what the, you know, Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, who's going to be sworn in later this evening, had to say. He said that even, you know, under the previous regime, the departments that were held by the BJP, they continued to deliver even then. And that's the promise that they hold even now. Let's listen in to Singh.
6-time MLA, now you're a Deputy Chief Minister. What are your priorities as this new BJP government takes over?
I would like to say one thing. You'll see governance. When we were in the alliance with Naveen Babu, at that point of time also, the BJP, the departments held by the BJP ministers delivered. And thereafter, governance came to a total standstill. It was only bureaucratic governance. Now you'll see the true governance in the literal sense.
And sir, this is a very careful calculation by the BJP. You have a tribal face as a chief minister, you have someone from Western Odisha, a royal, as a deputy chief minister, and you have a lady as a deputy chief minister. Clearly, you've addressed every aspiration.
See, the Bharatiya Janata Party looks into all aspects before taking on any decisions, and I must hand it to our central leadership, our parliamentary board, our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Defence Minister, Home Minister, who have looked into all these aspects and then taken a decision.
And the last question before I let you go, I know you've had a long day. Just this election has been about Odia pride. And while, you know, all these things that you mentioned are very important, delivering on these promises, Odia pride is something that perhaps this election has been known for. Do you think this is Mr. Naveen Patnaik's defeat, or do you think V.K. Pandian was largely responsible?
I wouldn't like to comment on that. We leave it for to the people to take their decision. They've given one mandate by going for a change of government, and they will give you the answers in the coming days.
And your priorities as Deputy Chief Minister?
We'll talk about all that after the oath.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest as far as popular Kannada actor Darshan is concerned. He was arrested in connection with the murder of a man who allegedly sent obscene text to his co-star. 13 people have been arrested in the case so far, including Darshan and his co-star. The case involves the murder of a 33-year-old man whose body was found on the 9th in Bengaluru. He had allegedly posted obscene messages on social media regarding Pavitra Gowda, Darshan's co-star and a close friend of the Kannada actor. To get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us. Pratibha, take us through what's the latest that you're hearing now that we're hearing that more arrests have been made in the case. Up until yesterday, there were 10 arrests. Now there are 13 arrests that have been made. And when is he expected to be produced in court?
He was produced before the court yesterday, and both Pavitra Gowda as well as Darshan have been granted 6 days of police custody. And this is definitely going to be crucial for the police, because they have to, one, establish the link between Darshan's presence at the scene of crime and Renuka Swami, and two, whether there was any kind of motive in the form of the message that was already exchanged between Renuka Swami as well as Pavitra Gowda, where there were derogatory remarks that were exchanged there. And could this have been the possible motive behind this crime? These are some of the things the police need to establish, along with a spot inquest that needs to be done, because the statements collected must be corroborated with the scene of crime as well. So mainly because of this, the arguments presented at the court made the court agree with the demand of 6 days of custody. Of course, the police demanded 14 days custody but got 6 days of custody. So the next few days become extremely crucial for the police to bring the case to its logical end.
Sorry, Bama.
33-year-old Renuka Swami from Karnataka's Chitradurga was found murdered in Bengaluru on the 9th of June. The investigators are now looking into a possible connection between Kannada superstar Darshan and the case. According to Bengaluru's top cop, the deceased allegedly shared some posts on social media about Darshan's close friend Pavitra Gowda, and they are questioning the actor to see if that could be a possible motive.
ಕೊಲೆಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ರೇಣುಕಾ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 33 ವರ್ಷದ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನವನು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದವನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಈತ ಈ ಚಿತ್ರನಟರ ಪತ್ನಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಡೆರೋಗೇಟರಿ ಮೆಸೇಜಸ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ
The challenging star, as Darshan is called in Kannada cinema, was picked up on the 11th of June in the morning from Mysuru where he was filming. He, his aide and his friend Pavitra Gowda are at Annapurneshwari police station where the interrogation is on.
ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಲೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಲೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೆಲವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ದರ್ಶನ್ ಅವರು ಹೆಸರು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗೋವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
According to police sources, apart from establishing the motive, they are also looking for forensic evidence to establish whether or not the actor could have been present at the scene of the crime.
Darshan may have a huge fan following, but he is not new to controversies. More than a decade ago, he had spent several nights in jail following a complaint that was filed by his wife, charging him for beating her up. Now he is charged with murder of a young man. With camera person Govt, Pratibha in Bengaluru for NDTV.
In other news, politics continues in Delhi over the water crisis, and today we've seen that as far as the double whammy is concerned, there were erratic power cuts across the city amid the ongoing water woes. Allegations are flying high, thick and fast as far as lying is concerned, and Delhi's water shortage and the political row sparked by it continues to escalate. On Tuesday, the BJP accused Delhi Water Minister Atishi of lying, and she in turn said that the BJP-ruled Haryana government was being dishonest. We have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, a war of words and blame game continues with the LG now saying that he has checked with Haryana's Chief Minister and that there's no shortage from their end, that they've been releasing Delhi's share every single day.
Well, yes, Divya, while the Delhi government and especially the Delhi Water Minister Atishi continues to blame the Haryana government for not supplying water to Delhi through the Monarch Canal, it is the Lieutenant Governor and also the Delhi BJP who in fact continue to say that Haryana government is in fact releasing more water than it is required to. Now, yesterday, in fact, we heard Atishi, the Water Minister, saying that even if it is, regarding the disrepair of the Monarch Canal, the responsibility lies with the Haryana Irrigation Department. Now, over that, the Raj Niwas officials have reacted to it and they have said that yes, it is the responsibility of Haryana government, but that is only there when the Delhi government in fact tells them that a repair is needed and also makes the payment for it to the Haryana government. So that is a very important point that we are getting from the Raj Niwas officials. They say that the Delhi government needs to tell the Haryana government that a repair is needed and also need to do a payment for that. Now, apart from that, the Raj Niwas officials also say that the Delhi Jual board and the Delhi government are the custodians of the water that is coming from Haryana to Delhi, and in fact when there is theft happening of the water here in Delhi, the Delhi Jual board and the Delhi government so far have not even filed a complaint with the Delhi police. So there is no action being taken from the part of the Delhi government, and the Raj Niwas officials, they allege that it is because the theft of the water is happening with the connivance, with the agreement of the Delhi government. So this is a big allegation that is coming against the Delhi government by the Raj Niwas officials. So certainly the war of words over the water crisis, the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to escalate. Over to you.
The details that are emerging as far as the blame game is concerned. Of course, we are hearing two sides with Atashi there, blaming Haryana's government, and of course the LG there taking up for the Haryana side. Let's just get you more details on this.
A double whammy for the residents of Delhi as erratic power cuts are now being reported from across the city amid the ongoing water woes.
कभी कभी तो दो तीन घंटे का तो चला ही जाता है। आज ही देखिए, आज 3 घंटे से लाइट नहीं थी, तो परेशानी तो हो ही रही है।
Meanwhile, the blame game between both the political parties, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, only continues to intensify. BJP has now alleged that only the Delhi government and the DJB officials are responsible for the water scarcity.
मुनक नहर से ककोरी के बीच जाते आते 25% पानी गायब हो जाता है जितना आया है, और हमने वो फोटोग्राफ दिखाई है कि कैसे वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी चोरी कर रहे हैं, वाटर लिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी वहाँ मौजूद रहते हैं मुनक नहर पे, जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी दिल्ली की सरकार वहाँ मौजूद है, उसके बावजूद अगर वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी उठा रहे तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन है? दिल्ली सरकार है।
Delhi government minister Atishi has refused these allegations, saying it is the Haryana government that is responsible for the maintenance of Munak Canal and for the water theft.
जब हम हरियाणा सरकार को चिट्ठी लिखते हैं, जब हम उनसे बात करते हैं, तो वो लगातार हमें कहते रहते हैं हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं। ये रास्ते में पानी कहाँ गायब हो जाता है?
While on the issue of power cut, Atashi claimed that it is due to a fire at a substation in Uttar Pradesh from where Delhi receives around 1,200 megawatt of power. She also said that she will seek time from the Union Power Minister regarding this.
BJP alleged that minister is again trying to push the blame on central government and demand the LG's intervention into the matter.
दिल्ली के अंदर देखिए, कुल मिलाकर चाहे बिजली का मामला हो, चाहे पानी का मामला हो, कोई भी मामला हो, दिल्ली की सरकार फेल हो चुकी है। क्राइसिस इतने ज़्यादा है, कोई मॉनिटरिंग करने वाला नहीं है। मेरा ये कहना है कि एलजी साहब को इसमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए।
Amid this back and forth between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, it is the common people of the national capital that are still waiting for a solution that would bring them some kind of respite from both these crises. In Delhi with camera person Ashwini Kumar, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
Right, so that war of words that continues, and it's the Delhi LG who has hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that there's a nexus between the party and the water mafia. Atashi is lying to mislead the people. The question of shortfall is irrelevant. The Delhi government never tried to repair the canal, and it's the Delhi government and the Delhi Jual board that are the custodians of water. Tankers are being, as far as tanker stealing is concerned, the tankers are stealing water from the canal, and no complaint of theft has been made as far as the Delhi Jual board is concerned. So he's daring the Aam Aadmi Party to file an FIR. He's gone on to say that we'll ensure strict action is then taken if an FIR is filed. Moving on now, and it will be Nitin Gadkari who will be assuming office as the Minister of Road Transport and Highways alongside Ministers of State Shri Ajay Tamta and also Harsha Malhotra. He has conveyed his heartfelt gratitude to the Prime Minister for reassigning him the role in Modi 3.0 and remarked that India will be equipped with world-class modern infrastructure at an accelerated pace under Modi ji's visionary leadership is what he had to say. Of course, this is Nitin Gadkari who assumed charge of the ministry in 2014, was allocated the same department again this time around with the development. He becomes the longest serving cabinet minister under Prime Minister Modi, that too serving in the same ministry. The ministry plans to award 3,000 kilometers of national highway in the first 100 days. So he aims to work on the Vision 2047 roadmap for the construction of 50,000 kilometers of high-speed access control highway corridors on the lines of those available in other countries. So we have Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, you know, the transport minister there, he is definitely going to be, you know, assuming that role all over again. You know, he's fondly called as a road curry or the flyover man, taking charge, you know, for the third time.
That's right. Nitin Gadkari is back as Transport Highways Minister in PM Modi's cabinet as portfolio got announced. In fact, he becomes the longest serving cabinet minister under PM Modi, that too serving in the same ministry. Of course, Gadkari, as we know, won from Nagpur constituency with a big margin, and this is his third stint as MP. He scored a hat-trick by winning Nagpur with a margin of 1.37 lakh votes. And as you said, he's been nicknamed a roadkari, flyover man, a highway man of India, because he's been credited with having transformed a road network in the country. In fact, his time in office saw average pace of highway construction increase by more than 100%. He's also credited with launching Bharat New Car Assessment Program for Safety and several other big-ticket projects such as Bandra-Worli Sea Link, Mumbai-Pune Expressway, Delhi-Meerut Expressway, and multi-layer metro rail cum flyover system in Nagpur and so on. Of course, from humble beginnings in Nagpur to getting trained in RSS, Nitin Gadkari is among the top 10 leaders of the BJP, and now he's retaining road transport and highways ministry for the third time. Ajay Tamda and Harsha Malhotra are to be his MOS.
Radhika, the ministry plans to start with projects of 3,000 kilometers of the national highways, and that too in the first 100 days itself.
That's right. In fact, he's the longest serving minister for road transport highways. Under Gadkari, India saw construction of more than 90,000 kilometers of national highway, 30,000 kilometers of new roads over 10 years. And, when he made debut, of course, he had handled several portfolios. As far as road transport is concerned, this is his third stint as the Transport and Highway Ministry. And, several expressway flyovers were constructed during his tenure as well. And also, he worked for getting all-weather roads constructed in this state and, containing several problems in multiple states as well. Bandra-Worli Sea Link was also conceived during Gadkari's tenure as well. Greenfield expressway projects in the country, in the Bharat Mata Pariyojana Phase 1 in the country under his leadership as well. So yes, multiple big-ticket projects were conceived, were built under his leadership. And as he pointed out, the pace of national highway road construction increased multifold under his tenure, and more projects, of course, in the making in the next few years as he takes charge once again.
Right, the national highway network that's increased by 60% when we talk about from 2014 till about December of last year. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with those details. In other news, one of the world's largest armies is set to get a new chief, with the government announcing that the Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi will take over as the chief of the army staff from General Manoj Pandey on the 30th of this month. He has been decorated with the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, and the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. Is currently the vice chief of the army staff and will take charge on the afternoon of the 30th of June. That's also the day when it will be the outgoing ceremony as far as General Pandey is concerned. Born in 1964, Lieutenant General Dwivedi was commissioned into the Jammu and Kashmir Rifles and Infantry Regiment of the Indian Army on the 15th of December 1984. In his 40 years of service, he has held a wide variety of roles. And with that, we're going to be slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. Time to get you some international news. And the UK Conservative Party has launched its election manifesto. What's it all about? We have my colleague Bhubaneshwar joining us to get us all the details.
Well, national service for teenagers, tax cuts for pensioners and a clampdown on liberal gender rules, they were among the headline-grabbing announcements that had already been deployed in the first crucial weeks of the Tory campaign. Many argue that it worked well if the aim had been to make people angry online and to give commentators a reason to bicker. But this 80-page manifesto added an array of further tax cuts to keep the right wing of the Tory party happy, funded by promises of big cuts to welfare spending and civil service bureaucracy. In fact, analysts say that for many UK citizens, the headline-grabbing tax cuts would be offset by stealth rises in income tax thresholds. The welfare cuts sounded tough, but it was never specified where the axe would fall. There was also no explicit mention whether the graduate route visa program will be retained as it is post the July 4th election, though the manifesto clearly says that the Tories will increase all visa fees and remove the student discount to the immigration health surcharge to raise more money for public services. Additionally, the Conservatives say they would pay for £17 billion of tax cuts by 2030, including cutting national insurance for the self-employed by making savings elsewhere. But like all manifestos, the numbers are based on the party's assumptions, and so they are open to question. The Conservatives are promising a legal cap on migration by getting Parliament to fix an annual number of work and family visas. That level would fall every year, they say, and the manifesto says that this will protect public services, but the evidence that migration damages public services, where it often fills labour gaps, is highly contested. In this manifesto also, they promise to close university courses in England with high dropout rates, or which leave graduates no better off. Builds on existing powers, they've already said this. But the Office for Students, which regulates universities, already acts if courses fail and they fall below quality thresholds. It estimates that this applies to no more than 3% of current students, but if potential graduate earnings are taken into account, more courses might fall into this category. The Tories also plan to deliver 1.6 million new homes. They are pledging to toughen sentences for offences including knife crime, grooming and assaults against retail workers. But don't forget, UK prisons already have an overcrowding crisis. Another big theme of the Conservative campaign is the promise of security. And at the heart of that is a commitment to spend 2.5% of the GDP on defence spending. The current NATO target is 2%. Other Tory pledges include regular flights to Rwanda, net zero without new green charges, to boost R&D spending by £2 billion a year to £22 billion, 3 strikes warning for anti-social elements, and cuts to welfare and civil service numbers are on the radar as well. The Tories also pledge a cap on social care costs and to recruit 92,000 more nurses and 28,000 more doctors. But beneath the surface, these pledges, opposition members argue, are more about sending signals than transforming a nation.
Right, moving on to more international news, and a federal jury has convicted Hunter Biden on all 3 federal felony gun charges that he faced, concluding that he violated laws meant to prevent drug addicts from owning firearms. The conviction marks the first time a president's immediate family member has been found guilty of a crime.
This case was about the illegal choices defendant made while in the throes of addiction, his choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun, and the choice to then possess that gun. It was these choices and the combination of guns and drugs that made his conduct dangerous. Second, no one in this country is above the law. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, even this defendant. However, Hunter Biden should be no more accountable than any other citizen convicted of this same conduct.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Leaders of the G7 wealthy nations gather in southern Italy this week against the backdrop of global and political turmoil, with boosting support for Ukraine as the top of their agenda. With an eye to the global challenges, Italian Prime Minister, the host, has also invited around a dozen non-G7 heads of government. That includes India's Prime Minister as well as Turkey's leader as well.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inaction.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
3 days and 3 terror incidents that have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir. A terror attack has taken place in Doda district as well as Kathua. This is followed by that incident that took place in which the terrorists opened fire on pilgrims travelling to Vaishno Devi, in which 9 were killed and 33 others were injured. The incident in Kathua, in which 1 terrorist has been killed, and Pakistan-backed terror takes Indian lives. Chandrababu Naidu takes charge as the Chief Minister. The swearing-in ceremony will be taking place at 11:27 a.m. to be precise, in the presence of the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, as well as other important dignitaries, as well as other Chief Ministers from other states. Star-studded event with Chiranjeevi, Rajnikant and others expected to be there. Mohan Majhi takes oath as Odisha's Chief Minister, and that swearing-in ceremony will happen at 4:55 p.m. The Prime Minister is expected to be there. This is Odisha getting its first BJP Chief Minister. Majhi is a 4-time MLA and a very popular tribal voice of Odisha. And Lieutenant General Upinder Dwivedi has been appointed as the new Army Chief. He is to replace General Manoj Pandey. Lieutenant General Dwivedi will take charge as the Army Chief at the end of this month on the 30th afternoon. 2 Indians who were recruited by the Russian army have been killed in the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Confirming this, the Foreign Ministry has said that the government has taken up the issue with Russia, warning Indians from recruitment that is being offered by Russia, and also to send those who've been inducted in the army to be sent back. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Let's get to your top story, and that is another terror attack that is being reported in Jammu and Kashmir. We're talking about 3 attacks that have occurred in 3 days. This is the latest attack which has taken place on an army base in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. The ongoing operation in which firing is this gun battle that is continuing. This operation that started late last night, and the terrorists are meant to have been hiding, and this is a fresh infiltration that's taken place. The police say the gun battle is carrying on. 2 soldiers have been injured in that initial shootout. 6 people in all have been injured, including police officials. This is the 3rd such attack. There was an attack which took place in which 1 civilian has been injured in the Katwa incident. This comes on the heels of that attack in which a bus was attacked upon by terrorists, in which 9 people lost their lives. These were pilgrims going to Mata Vaishno Devi shrine, and 33 others were injured when that bus fell into a gorge. So the 3rd such incident that is being reported. This is a terror attack that's taken place on that Doda base. This is the Doda base that has, let's just listen into what the officials at the moment are saying.
जैसे ये नमूदार हुए इलाके में लोगों ने अपने जैसे इन्होंने कोई एक घर में जाकर कुछ लोगों से पानी वगैरह मांगने की कोशिश की, तो जब लोग दहशत में आए तो उसके बाद जैसे सूचना मिली इसकी, तो यहाँ पर SHO और SDPO की टीम मौके पर पहुँची, और चूँकि उसमें एक आतंकवादी ने उन पर ग्रेनेड लॉन्च करने की कोशिश की और एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में वो टेररिस्ट मारा गया। तो ये टेररिस्ट मारा गया है, और जो दूसरा आतंकवादी है वो इस इलाके में छिपे होने की उसकी खबर है, और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है।
We have Nasir joining us. Nasir, 6 people have been injured from what we are hearing, from what we are picking up from our sources as far as that army post in Jammu's Doda is concerned.
Yeah, exactly. So 2 ongoing encounters, one in Kutwa district, one in Doda district. So clearly, all the major regions of Jammu are under the shadow of terror or militancy. In Doda, it was the 3rd attack in last 3 days. An army base came under attack. 5 soldiers and 1 special police official have been injured. After that, whole area has been cordoned off. Reinforcement has been rushed, but so far, there's no indication if any militant has been tracked down or they're close to track down any of them, because given the topography and the forest area in this mountainous area. This also shows that the presence of militants in almost every region of the Jammu province, which is a really disturbing trend. And this attack on army came just hours after the incident in Kutwa. We heard police talking about militants appeared in a village called Saida. It is in Hiranagar subdivision of Kutwa district. They asked water from the villagers. People shut their doors and in fear, and they raised hue and cry. Police rushed to the area. In the ensuing operation, 1 militant has died. What we hear is he tried to lob a grenade which exploded in his hand and he died. 1 civilian has been injured, but early this morning there was a fresh firing because 1 or 2 militants are still believed to be or holed up or still at large in the area. So 1 CRPF person was injured. There are reports he has died due to injuries. In fact, vehicles of senior police officers also came under fire. They had a near escape as well. So in a sense, 3 attacks in 3 days. It started in Riasi, where 9 pilgrims of Mata Vaishno Devi, they were killed. 33 others were injured when their bus they were traveling in, that came under fire. In Riasi district, bus fell in the gorge and 9 people, including little children, were killed. 33 are injured, they are still in hospital. So this also shows, number 1, it cannot be coincidence that all these attacks will happen at one time, one after the other, back-to-back attacks. This also shows when we see the Kutwa incident where police is saying it is a fresh infiltration. So besides the line of control, infiltration is taking place from the international border. Kutwa is more closer to, this Punjab, Pathankot than to the Jammu state. So it is a disturbing trend because there was no militancy all these years, but now we see infiltration from international border as well. They were there has been in fact larger drug cartel operating, and many times drugs have been seized in that, and there's a clear link between drugs and militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Now from almost 300 kilometers to Kutwa in Doda region, which is called Chenab Valley region, you have an encounter which has no actually connection with the line of control. So we can say it is some fresh infiltration. That's not possible. What we can just, connecting dots. On April 28, there was an encounter in Basangarh in Udhampur district. One village defense guard, Mohan Sharif, was killed. And that is closer to then, and that group was believed to be actually have gone inside Doda district, and since 1.5 months, police there were multiple operations in that area. Finally, after this attack on army base, it's now established in which area, general area they are now. So that it is a challenge. At the same time, security forces say they have now indication militants are also infiltrating through international border, and also where in Doda region these militants are operating. That is also they see strategically important thing to know. But larger thing is it is a challenge. Militancy is spreading to Jammu areas which were free from militancy, and right now 2 operations or 2 encounters are underway.
Right, and when we talk about that incident that took place on Sunday when those pilgrims were attacked, the Jammu police, this is the Jammu and Kashmir police that have released a sketch of the terrorists involved in the attack, and this is on account of an eyewitness. So the police there have now announced information, any kind of information regarding the whereabouts of the terrorists involved in that operation. There is a 20 lakh rupee reward that has now been announced by the officials in J&K. Nazir, take us through, Amit, that olive branch offering as far as Pakistan's Prime Minister is concerned. We are seeing more and more attacks, especially in the Jammu area.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, this is not something which may have been planned yesterday. If we see all these areas, I said, you see Pir Panjal, you see Chenab Valley. Pir Panjal is Poonch Rajouri region, where in last 3 years, since October 2021, 39 army soldiers, including special forces personnel, including officers, have been killed. 20 civilians have been killed. In most of the attacks, militants have managed to escape. Now the adjoining Rajouri is the Riyasi district, where we saw this horrible attack on pilgrims. 9 pilgrims were killed and 33 injured. For that, Jammu and Kashmir police has put a reward of 20 lakh rupees and asked people to come forward, give any information which can lead them to track down those attackers. They have released the sketch of the suspects as well. So that is, because, tracking down militants in this area, which has dense forests, which has natural caves, is not just easy, despite the fact a massive troop deployment has been made. Almost more than 1 division of the army has been redeployed in Pir Panjal region, Poonch Rajouri region. Many paramilitary companies have also been deployed. Now you have challenge in the Doda region also, in Kutwa region. In fact, what we have been talking all along, what adversary wants, they want to increase your cost of engagement. That's why they are doing. That's why the shift of theatre of militancy appears to have shifted from the plains of the valley to the mountains of the Jammu, particularly Pir Panjal. Now we see the Doda region. This Doda region is almost more than 11,600 square kilometers. That mountainous area, forest, all that. It's not easy to operate in the area, and they're right up to the Punjab border in Kutwa. So the whole area appears to be under the grip or under the shadow of terror when we see 3 attacks in 3 days and 2 encounters going on, while police have been doing its best. But the bigger challenge has been what has happened. The infiltration has not stopped. There may not be the local militant, but without any local support, it's not possible to carry out all these attacks without some assistance from the local people. Maybe 1, maybe 2, whatever the number may be, but there's some involvement. Without that, that's not possible. And third, without the people's support, you cannot finish militancy. For example, in Poonch Rajouri region, militancy was completely finished since 2003, 2004, and it actually resurfaced in 2020. What changed after that? Why people have not actually supporting the security force, the government, the way they used support in the past, which actually helped them to finish militancy in Jammu region. Jammu was completely peaceful. And now the timing of these attacks is very crucial. Number one, they happen after the recent successful elections, parliament elections in Jammu and Kashmir, and they are happening when assembly elections are around the corner, when Amarnath Yatra is going to, take place, is going to start in next few weeks. So that remains a bigger challenge. Right now, security forces are engaged in these 2 major encounters where we report there are reports of 1 killing of a CRPF person. Right. We are waiting for the official confirmation. He was injured in the firing early this morning, and also operation going on in Doda region as well.
Right, we will keep tracking that story and we are of course seeing that Jammu has been high on the radar as far as the terror radar is concerned, with many of these attacks being reported from the areas known to be free of terrorism. Nasir, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to Andhra Pradesh, and the Chief Minister designate Chandrababu Naidu will be sworn in today at 11:27 a.m. With the NDA partners there meeting in Vijayawada and electing Chandrababu Naidu as their leader. Amit Shah and JP Nadda reached Andhra Pradesh yesterday on Tuesday night and met with the TDP president. He will be taking oath as the Chief Minister at that public ceremony that will be held at the Kesarapalli IT Park near the airport. Ministers from TDP, its allies Jan Sena and BJP will take oath along with the Chief Minister. So Prime Minister Modi will be there. Amit Shah, of course, is already there. Other Chief Ministers from various other states will be participating in the swearing-in ceremony. It's going to be quite a star-studded affair. We're expecting Rajnikant, Chiranjeevi and many others to be there at the time. To get more on this, we have my colleague Uma joining us. Uma, take us through the breakup as far as the parties are concerned who will be forming the government in Andhra Pradesh, which is going to be taking place a little before 12 o'clock this morning. And who are the big stars who are expected to be there? I mean, Prime Minister Modi will be there before he flies out to Odisha, for the swearing-in ceremony of the Chief Minister there.
So it's going to be a 25-member cabinet, Chief Minister and 24 others, and his deputy will be Pawan Kalyan as expected, and 2 other Janasena leaders or MLAs have also been chosen to be ministers in the cabinet. That includes Nadedla Manohar as well, who is the deputy to Pawan Kalyan in the Janasena party. And from the BJP side, you have Satyakumar Yadav, who is going to be joining the Chandrababu Naidu, or rather the NDA cabinet in Andhra Pradesh. Interestingly, there is a mix of the old and the new. Quite a few faces, in fact, new. There are 3 women in the cabinet as well, 1 Muslim representative as well, 1 person from the minority community, Mr. Farooq. And you also have, if you were to go by the caste kind of a calculation or balance that the Chandrababu Naidu has sought to bring in, you have 5 people from the Kama caste, 4 from the Kapu caste, 3 from the Reddy caste. From the BCs as well, you have about 7 BCs. There's a Vaishya caste representative as well. 2 from the SC community, that includes a Mala and a Madiga representative, and you also have a ST representative in this particular cabinet. Like you mentioned, it's going to be a star-studded event really, and huge numbers of people are in fact coming in, because of which the highways, we are being told, are actually clogged with vehicles and also people coming on foot, because this is a massive mandate that the people have delivered, and there is a rightful sense of celebration and joy and of a new beginning, and that's the reason why we are seeing huge galaxy of leaders, political as well as from the film world, and other VIPs, industrialists. All of them have been invited to this function. Last night itself we saw Rajnikant coming in. Of course, Chiranjeevi had to come in because his younger brother is going to be deputy CM as well, and the entire mega star family in fact flew in to Vijayawada to attend this particular ceremony. And yes, Mr. Amit Shah and JP Nadda also came in, and in fact late night they went to Chief Minister's elect's residence and they had a meeting with him, after which the final list was in fact decided. Presumably who will be included from among the BJP MLAs in the cabinet, that was something that perhaps was being debated. Satyakumar Yadav is someone who was actually working with Venkaiah Naidu, and Venkaiah Naidu is also going to be in fact today at the ceremony that is taking place in Vijayawada. So even as all this is happening, Chandrababu Naidu has listed out what his priority is going to be, saying that he respects the mandate which he has called as historic mandate. He has time and again, I mean at least twice now, spoken about how people have come from other districts using their own money. Right. People who are working as labor or they had gone away to work as migrant labor, they have come in. People from other countries have also come in spending their own money, and therefore he says this is a responsibility that's been put on us, and his biggest priority is going to be Amravati.
Right, Pawan Kalyan and Nara Lokesh also part of Chandrababu Naidu's cabinet. We will keep tracking that story. Uma, just stay with us for our next story as well. And here we're talking about, the notice that's been sent to KCR. So KCR, the BRS President, former Chief Minister, has been served a notice by the Justice Narasimha Reddy Judicial Commission seeking a response on the alleged irregularities in power purchase agreements made during the BRS government tenure from 2014 to 2023. Uma, what kind of time time does he have to respond to that notice? From what we hear is that he's asking for more time.
Yes, indeed. On a day when the charge sheet was filed against 4 officers, former police officers who were accused in the phone tapping case, former Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao was issued notice by the Justice Commission on the power purchase agreement. This was something that the BRS government had entered into from Chhattisgarh, and as much as 1,362 crore rupees was spent on it, and the allegation was that this power purchase agreement was entered into without the calling of tenders, and when the white paper was put out by the Congress government soon after it came to power in the assembly, they spoke about each megawatt of power being bought at some 9.7 crore rupees, whereas they said that Jharkhand had bought the same power at 5.5 crore rupees, and therefore they say this is an inflated cost and they suspect corruption. That's the reason why this judicial commission was set up. There is other aspect to it as well. The setting up of the Yadadri thermal power plant and the Bhadradri thermal power plant as well. The Chief Minister in fact said on the floor of the House that subcritical kind of technology was used, which has caused huge loss to the exchequer, and some 4,300 crore rupees is the kind of loss that they are speaking about in the Yadadri power plant, and the Bhadradri as well, some 9,300 crore rupees is the amount that they are speaking about. So the commission has said that they want a reply by the 15th of June, but the former Chief Minister has said that he will be able to reply to this only by the 30th of July, which may in fact be late for the commission because it has a much shorter duration of time. Back to you.
Right, Uma, stay with us. We have breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the Telangana police that submitted the first charge sheet in the phone tapping case to the Metropolitan Magistrate Court in a view of the requirement as in order to file the charge sheet within 90 days of the arrest of the accused. Uma, what details do you have for us?
So in the phone tapping case as well, the charge sheets have been filed against the 4 officers or rather former officers who have been arrested. That of course includes Radhakishan Rao, the former DCP of the task force. You also have Praneeth Rao, who was the first person to be taken into custody. He's a Deputy Superintendent of Police. You also have Bhujang Rao and Tirupatanna as well, who have been named in this case, and the charge sheets have now been filed. And the lookout in fact will be for Prabhakar Rao as well as Shravan Kumar, who is with a media organization, and both their names have come up. Prabhakar Rao, of course, was heading the SIB when all this phone tapping had happened, and now that the charge sheets have been filed, the process also will be put in place to try and track them wherever they are, and the red corner notices in order to bring them back to Telangana, to their native country, so that they can be tried here. They can first be questioned, and then the accusations can be framed against them in a charge sheet as well. This one of course also has political connotations because the indication has been that all this was done, at least the statements, confessional statements that were shared with the media of all these former officers who have been arrested and against who the charge sheet has been filed. They had pointed fingers at the political leadership, that includes the former Chief Minister as well as ministers in his cabinet, all of who may come in the radar of investigation as well.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ which is to try these bone conducting
Stay informed.
And the SIB chief, Prabhakar Rao, the former DCP task force, Radhakrishan Rao, and the DCP as well as additional SP. The police had arrested Radhakrishan Rao as well as others in the case and remanded them. The Hyderabad police had filed a case on the 10th of March and had started the investigation into the case. So the Telangana police submitted its first charge sheet in the phone tapping case. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Uma joining us. Uma, this is in regard to, given the fact that there's a 90-day window before the charge sheet can be filed.
Yes, indeed. That is the usual norm that whenever you have, named and accused or picked them up within 90 days, a charge sheet is meant to be filed, and very often that is violated. But in this particular case, they followed the norm and filed the charge sheet now within 90 days, because the 10th of March is when the initial complaint had come, and then the arrest of Praneeth Rao, the DSP, had taken place. That was on suspicion that, in fact, Praneeth Rao had destroyed evidence that was very, very critical. Remember, it was, immediately after the declaration of results on the December 4th, elections had happened on November 30. December 4 is when the election, after the election results, the day when all this evidence that was available at the SIB office, that had been destroyed. So we are talking about a huge amount of documents that were said to have been destroyed there, and in fact the confessional statements of the former officers arrested in this case also seems to corroborate that. And that seems to suggest that a huge amount of that hard data has actually been destroyed. And in fact, one of the questions that I asked the Chief Minister during an interaction was how they are going to, while they are talking about, yes, 1200 phones had been tapped and a lot of illegal activity in that sense had taken place, and that it was related to the polls as well, that information that was selectively used in order to target the opposition parties and in a sense benefit the ruling party of the time, Bharat Rashtra Samiti. I had asked him if all the hard data according to the confessional statements has been destroyed, then how do you expect to actually prove the evidence in court? How is it going to happen without the hard evidence? And he said that possibly all these hard data could have, all these hard disks could have a backup somewhere, and that's what we are looking for. And the search, he had indicated in Delhi as well that the search could even lead to the former Chief Minister's residence at the farmhouse where he spends quite a bit of time. So that was, of course, possibly a mischievous kind of a comment that the Chief Minister was making. He said, it is not as though with a lot of evidence you're speaking about that, but what is important is that these 4 officers who have been arrested, they have indicated the links which are leading up to. They have taken, in fact, political names. Radhakishan Rao, the former DCP of the task force, in his confessional statement even spoke about Peddaina. Peddaina means an elder, and he repeatedly spoke about how Prabhakar Rao, his boss, SIB chief, had in fact spoken about doing all these things in order to protect the BRS, or rather help the BRS retain power in the state, and that repeatedly he suggested that many of these actions were being done at the instance of the former Chief Minister himself. I must clarify that the charge sheets have not taken any political names. They have not mentioned any of those whose names were taken by these accused. Of course, I would reckon that they may call them in for questioning, and subsequently, if evidence is found, then that could also be a further development in the future. But right now, what the police are looking for is 2 key people. The prime accused in this case, Prabhakar Rao, who continues to be in the US, we understand, and they are now wanting to use diplomatic channels and the procedure in order to try and bring him back, because there was earlier indication that in the first week of June he would return to Telangana, but that does not seem to be the case, and he has pleaded that he has some medical investigations and treatment that he is undergoing, because of which he is not able to return to India. The other person is Shravan Rao, associated with a media organization here, and who is supposed to have helped in creating or in setting up technology that would help track even the internet, the voice calls over internet as well, which means to say that they were saying that even the encrypted kind of platforms that we talk about, whether it's a WhatsApp or it's a Signal, all those were also being used, and they were also being tracked to see the kind of activity that is happening. Other than that, of course, there have been complaints that have been filed by private people, businessmen, who claimed that they had been kidnapped. At least one person has come out and formally lodged a complaint saying that he has been kidnapped, threatened, and money extortion had happened. And there are indications that certain other business houses also have been targeted in a similar manner in order to raise money or ensure that some funds were given to the BRS party as well. So in this, 3 aspects to it. One, of course, the political implication. 2 is businessmen who now say that they were, money was extorted out of them. And the third part also is about the privacy of individuals being violated, because this entire case is also being linked to a certain high-profile divorce that happened of a couple here in Hyderabad itself, the Tollywood couple, and that is again violation of privacy that we are talking about.
Right, Uma. Also, no BRS leader has been named in the first charge sheet that's been filed on Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Moving on to other news now, and the new Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Majhi will be sworn in today at that grand swearing-in ceremony, which is going to take place at the Janata Maidan in Bhubaneshwar at 4:55 p.m. Majhi, a prominent tribal face and one of the names that was doing the rounds as the BJP pick, was elected as the legislative party leader of the BJP, after which he met the governor to stake claim to form the government, and the Prime Minister will also be attending the swearing-in ceremony that's going to take place this evening. Of course, we do know that the Prime Minister first will be in Andhra Pradesh for the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu, and now 2 Deputy Chief Ministers of Odisha have also been announced, that is KV Singh and also we have Pravati Parida, who has also been sworn in as along with Mohan Majhi, who will be the Chief Minister. Let's just listen in to what has been said.
उड़िया लोगों का काम करने के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप से दायित्व लिया है और संकल्प भी लिया है। जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो मोदी गारंटी का जो बात बोले काम करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों के मोदी गारंटी का जो काम, उसको निश्चित रूप से अगला 5 साल में करके दिखाऊंगा और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों को न्याय दूंगा।
Saurabh Gupta, we just heard the Chief Minister designate there saying that he'll be following in the footsteps of the Prime Minister, and his vision is what is his motto and his goal as far as the next 5 years is concerned. Saurabh, also take us through who are expected to be there at that swearing-in ceremony. We do know the Prime Minister will be there. Who else is expected?
Apart from the Prime Minister, the outgoing Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik is expected to attend the swearing-in ceremony. He was invited by 5 top BJP leaders yesterday, and they say he's accepted the invitation, so he's going to be at the swearing-in ceremony. Apart from that, he will also have several, top politicians from Odisha, including BJP politicians. The BJP plans to invite members from the opposition as well, and of course civil society members and celebrities in Odisha are also expected to attend the swearing-in ceremony. It's a grand arrangement that's been made here at the Janata Maidan. The Prime Minister is expected to be here, and of course already trial runs and dry runs are taking place as far as VIP movement in this area is concerned. The Shapath Grahan Samaro, as you can see, of course, is going to take place in the presence of the Prime Minister here at the Janata Maidan. And the street has, of course, been lined up with cutouts of the Prime Minister and BJP flags as the BJP plans a grand swearing-in ceremony to mark its first, government in Odisha. Earlier, the BJP has shared power with the BJP, but this time, of course, it's the first time it's forming a government on its own. And therefore, there is no stone being left unturned when it comes to making it an event of celebration. Along with the Chief Minister Mohan Majhi, Kanakvardhan Singh, who was earlier a minister when the BJP and the BJD were in alliance, is becoming a Deputy Chief Minister. He is from a royal family. He's also an experienced politician, 6-term MLA. So obviously there is experience as well. Apart from Mohan Majhi, who's a very well-known tribal face, who's been the opposition whip, and also earlier also when the BJD was in power with the BJP, of course he's been around. He's a very well-known face in Odisha politics, though nationally he may be not so well-known, but within Odisha, of course, he's a very well-known face in Odisha politics. Apart from that, you have several other dignitaries who are expected to attend. Grand celebrations taking place this afternoon as the Prime Minister is expected to arrive for the swearing-in ceremony.
All eyes are on that swearing-in ceremony that will take place just 5 minutes before 5 p.m. this evening. The Prime Minister will be there. A huge, very prominent tribal voice there. Well, let's also get to the latest. It's Nirmala Sitharaman who is taking charge as the Finance Minister. This is the second term for the Finance Minister. She is the only woman Prime Minister who's completed a full term as far as the Ministry of Finance is concerned. She's the only woman who is getting a second term to being the Finance Minister. So Nirmala Sitharaman there taking charge as the Finance Minister. Do remember the top 4 positions as far as the Modi 3.0 government is concerned, from Rajnath Singh to JP as well as we've seen the names that are being repeated this time around, and of course the top 4s, which is the Defence, the Home Ministry, as well as the Ministry of External Affairs and Finance. Those top 4s have remained unchanged, and we did see yesterday as far as taking charge as far as Ashnavi Vaishnav is concerned as well, we did see S.J. Shankar taking charge, and today we can see it is Nirmala Sitharaman who's taking charge of her Ministry of Finance. She is the only woman Finance Minister to have completed her term. She's the only woman who's getting a second term as the Finance Minister. This is Nirmala Sitharaman who is now taking charge as the Finance Minister in the Modi government 3.0, and there the Finance Minister, the only woman to get a second term as the Finance Minister in the history of Indian politics. To get more on this, we have my colleague Sakshi Bajaj joining us. Sakshi, what all is on the agenda? Especially, we've heard the 100-day agenda, especially when it comes to finance. What is the first thing that's going to be priority as Nirmala Sitharaman takes charge?
Well, Divya, first and foremost, historic visuals, a historic moment there. Like you mentioned, the only woman finance minister for 2 straight terms. Nirmala Sitharaman continues as the finance minister in Modi 3.0. So historic there as well. Of course, for 2 straight terms, key things await us. While, of course, experts and economists and analysts across the board are cheering the fact that India's economy is outperforming, they do believe it is a challenging task ahead with the budget coming up. So the focus on fiscal consolidation with increased spending on rural revival, sustainable growth, really inclusive growth going forward, All of those areas will be looked at very, very closely. Remember, of course, job creation will also be looked at very, very closely. So these are areas going forward. So how will policy implementation impact India's economy, both in the urban as well as the rural space? Also very, very keen to watch out for. So yes, it is, of course, while it is a historic moment, there are tasks ahead.
Right, Sakshi, so no change of guard there when it comes to the finance ministry. And from what we've seen as far as her tenure in the past NDA government is concerned, she's focused on extending the banking services to make it much more accessible.
That's right. Well, the aim really is to look at, like you said, inclusive growth across the board, growth that is now sort of also going to generate jobs across the board, not just for key sectors. So going forward, all of those priorities, remember the aim and the target very, very clear to make India the world's third largest economy going forward. So, of course, we'll have to continue to sustain inflation, look at inclusive growth, all of those really key priority areas going forward, a set of new challenges altogether. Remember, policy implementation is really key here. Yesterday also we were speaking to experts and they feel that policy implementation and the pace at which policies are implemented will also be looked at very, very closely going forward. Earlier, of course, it was just about, policies and frameworks, but now really what will be key here to watch out for will be the pace at which these policies really take over.
Well, Sakshi, measures to strengthen and stabilize the banking system is something that she's, stressed upon just recently. She's saying this will ensure that banks support India's growth path to Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Right. We have seen, of course, fiscal prudence. We have seen a fine really tune of how we are balancing the growth and inflation targets so far. So all of these things we have seen so far. Now coming up really just a month away is the budget, is the full year budget, and all eyes really on that. All eyes really on how the full year budget will pan out. What really will be announced there will be very, very crucial for all these areas like you mentioned. Going forward, of course, there are sectors, remember, agriculture, rural economy, as well as all those spaces really very, very critical to watch out for in terms of what announcements are made and how crucially, how quickly these policies and these areas are now going to witness change on the ground.
Right, Sakshi, when we also talk about, you've spoken about the budget and, of course, she's all set to present the next budget as far as her record, her own record as the finance ministry is concerned and being the finance minister.
Right. Remember last year, of course, everyone was talking about the shortest budget speech and so on. But now the full year budget will be looked at very, very closely. Remember, we were, of course, waiting for government formation to take place. And now that that clarity has emerged, really, now, of course, people are waiting for whether the budget will deliver. Will the budget be populist in nature, given the fact that this is a coalition government, or will the budget be prudent and fiscal prudence? Will it come across in this budget? So that really is being looked at very, very closely. Like I mentioned, policy announcements, going forward, job creation, very, very critical across the board for all sectors really. So all of these areas will be looked at very closely, along with, of course, making sure our growth momentum continues to shine as a nation, and going forward, inflation continues to be contained.
Right, of course, definitely, Sakshi, records are being broken there as far as women representation, as far as a woman minister is concerned. When we talk about Nirmala Sitharaman, who is going to continue, she's a two-time union minister. She has been included in the Prime Minister's cabinet for the third consecutive term, creating a record of sorts as far as a woman minister is concerned, the only woman to have completed the term of finance ministry. We will keep tracking more, and Sakshi, coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a short break.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, इसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप। और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड। क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था। बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from
Breaking news coming in regard to the firing incident that's taken place in Katwa. One civilian was injured, but now one CRPF jawan has been killed in that operation, which has been underway since late last night. Now, 3 civilians and a hostage situation was something that was emerging earlier, which was false news. One civilian has been injured and one CRPF jawan has been killed. The operations are still underway. This is a fresh infiltration. Do remember, there have been 3 incidents of terror attacks which have taken place in the Jammu region of J&K in the last 3 days alone. So there was an army base in Doda district that has also been attacked. There has been a gun battle that's been on since late last night. Operations are still underway in that particular area of Doda. From what we're hearing, as far as the Katwa attack is concerned, one civilian has been injured, one CRPF jawan has lost his life in that attack by the terrorists. This comes on the heels of that attack that took place in the Riyasi area of Jammu and Kashmir on a Sunday, in which the pilgrims travelling to Vaishno Devi were attacked. The terrorists had opened fire on a bus in which 9 pilgrims died and 33 others were injured. That bus that fell into a gorge while the terrorists were opening fire at that bus, which attacked the people on that bus. So here we have the third attack which has come about. A CRPF jawan has lost his life in an attack by the terrorists in the Katwa area. The Pakistani terror has claimed the life of that CRPF jawan in that terror attack that's taken place in the Jammu region of Jammu and Kashmir. We have my colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, very tragic news coming in. I mean, we do know operations are still underway from yesterday, whether it's in Katwa or in the Doda district. And from what we're hearing now is that one CRPF jawan has lost his life.
Yeah, exactly. We have actually reported it already, because now we are getting information from multiple sources that a CRPF jawan was injured, has died in this encounter. As we have reported earlier also, because there was a firing early in the morning. Even the senior officers' vehicles came into the fire. One CRPF jawan was hit by bullets. He was critically injured. He was shifted to hospital where doctors declared him, dead on arrival. So one soldier, CRPF jawan has lost his life. That is the Kutwa encounter. But then there's Doda encounter also, in which 5 army soldiers and 1 SPO have been injured. They have been shifted to hospital where their condition is stated to be out of danger. So these 2 ongoing encounters in Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu region, Doda region, and also the Kutwa area district. And this is the third. There were 3 attacks in last 3 days, which clearly indicates how, tricky and difficult situation is. And, since yesterday evening, security forces are engaged in this ongoing situation in Kutwa village, where militants appeared in Seda village, and then according to police, they asked water from the villagers. Villagers were panicked. There is hue and cry. They shut their doors. In between, police came, and one militant tried to lob a grenade. It exploded in his hand, and it appears that he may have died because of his own grenade. But there are at least 1 to 2 militants still, hiding there or at large in the village. So security forces have zeroed in the cordon. Early in the morning, in the wee hours, there was fresh firing, and CRPF man came under fire, and he was critically injured and later died due to injuries. A vehicle of senior police officers also came under fire. They had a narrow escape. So this ongoing situation, which clearly indicates that the areas which were completely free from militancy have again become the high on terror radar, and particularly Jammu region. This also shows the challenge for the security agencies in areas where there's not much focus, because whole focus was in the Kashmir Valley to deal with militancy and finish it. But now it appears that militancy is spreading to the plains of Jammu, as well as we see from Pir Panjal, Poonch Rajouri, which have been disturbed for the last 2-3 years. Now it is going right up to the Doda region, where we see this attack on army installation late last evening, in which 5 army soldiers and 1 SPO have been injured. A major operation has been launched by the army and other security agencies, and Bhadrava Pathankot road has also been closed as the search operation is underway. And so far there is no inkling where these militants are. They have managed to escape, because the dense forest and the mountains provide perfect shelter to these militants in these regions. So this is an ongoing situation, 3 attacks in 3 days, and 1 CRPF person has been killed, which is the latest information from the ongoing operation in Kutwa.
Right, Nazir, very tragic news coming in of one CRPF Jawan who has lost his life in that terror attack that's taken place, and 6 officials, like you mentioned, soldiers and 1 police official who have been injured in a separate attack which has taken place in the Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. The third such incident that's taking place in a matter of 3 days in Jammu and Kashmir, and like Nazir was mentioning that these terror attacks are now taking place in the Jammu region, which is relatively a safer area, which is known to be safe, is now seeing an increase as far as the terror radar is concerned in the plains of Jammu, as far as the region of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Nazir, take us through, as far as the Doda attack is concerned, are operations still underway?
Yeah, of course, as I said, this operation is underway, and Bhadrava is part of the Doda district, and Bhadrava, as I said, Bhadrava Pathankot road, which has been closed. It is an alternate road link. Besides Jammu Pathankot road, there is also Bhadrava Pathankot road. So that has been closed because the operation is going on in the same area. Doda is not closed LOC also. It is far, far away from the LOC. So in between is Udhampur district, Riyasi district, then the Rajouri and Poonch districts, you can imagine, or the Jammu. So it is almost, these 2 operations that make you a geographical, view of this area. For example, this Kutwa is near the Punjab border in Pathankot. And the Doda region is which is called the Chenab Valley region. It is the south of the Pir Panjal mountains. Like we have Poonch and Rajouri in the south of Pir Panjal region. So almost 300 kilometer distance. So you can imagine how militants have established their presence in all the regions of Jammu province. So it cannot happen overnight. For example, this is not a coincidence that all the 3 attacks will happen, one after another, back-to-back attacks, one on the Yatris, and then 2 more attacks yesterday evening. So it's not just a coincidence unless it is being properly planned, and then it's being executed by the men who appear to be highly trained. And in Doda army attack, where army was attacked and then they managed to escape, while as a cordon search operation has been launched in the area to track them down. But if we see in last 2 to 3 years, particularly since October 2021, when we clearly saw the resurgence of deadly militancy in Poonch Rajouri region. 39 army soldiers have been killed in Poonch Rajouri, 20 civilians have been killed in the same region. In most of the attacks, the attackers have managed to get away after the attack because the mountainous region is natural caves and the dense forests provide perfect shelter to them. Right now, the technology is being used, drones are being used to pinpoint this, to locate these militants in Kutwa and also in Doda. But in mountainous areas, even the technology is not working. But you see, for example, in Riyasi, where the attack on Yatris had taken place, in many places, even the phone lines are not working, internet is not working. So the technology is not helpful in such areas also. And when you have somebody, someone who is ready to die and has been trained like that, because in the past incidents, Army has said these are clearly battle-hardened and they may have fought in Afghanistan as well. That is what Army has said. So this remains a big challenge. So at a time when everybody was talking that militancy has been finished in Jammu and Kashmir, we see militancy spreading into the areas which were actually free from militancy, and Jammu increasingly high on terror radar. So that remains a big challenge. It also increases the cost of engagement for the security forces. For example, after the Galwan incident in Ladakh in 2020, a substantial chunk of army was pulled out from Poonch Rajouri. It was deployed near the line of actual control of the Chinese. China created that situation, Galwan incident. But because of the situation, repeated attacks in Poonch and Rajouri, one more division has to be redeployed in this area. So that remains a security challenge. It becomes a zero-sum game. That is a big challenge for the security forces, particularly the new army chief now, who was already served here, Northern Army chief here also, and the government, which has been saying they have almost succeeded in finishing militancy in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details. In other news, popular Kannada actor has been arrested in connection with the murder of a man who allegedly sent obscene texts to his co-star. 13 people so far have been arrested, including the actor. The case involved the murder of the 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, whose body was found on the 9th of June. He was working in a pharmacy company. Allegedly, he posted some obscene messages regarding Pavitra Gowda, the co-star and close friend of Darshan, on social media, and that is what resulted in the death of Renuka Swamy. To get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, from what we are hearing is the wife of Renuka Swamy is 5 months pregnant, and they were just weeks away from completing the first anniversary. So a woman who they hadn't even completed the first 1 year of their marriage, and Renuka Swamy, 33-year-old, has died due to some inappropriate messages.
That's right. Renuka Swamy is a 33-year-old, and before completing his first year anniversary, he's also a huge Darshan fan. And what really led him to come to Bangalore, because he runs a medical shop in Chitradurga, is also something that needs to be investigated there. Was it a pre-planned attack? Because we are talking of lewd messages that were exchanged between Renuka Swamy, talking about Pavitra Gowda and her alleged relationship with Darshan. So these were some of the things that could have perhaps turned out to be the motive for this crime. And this is something that is being investigated right as we speak, because the interrogation of Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda are on by the police, because they have sought at least around 6 days of custody, even though they did file for about 14 days of custody. Yesterday, while being produced before the magistrate, the court granted the police 6 days of custody. Now, the next few days is definitely going to be crucial, because one, they need to find out whether Darshan was present at the scene of the crime, because we are talking of the CCTV image that captures a vehicle, an SUV, but whether Darshan was present in that or not is yet to be determined. And two, whether Pavitra Gowda was also present at that point in time is also something that needs to be determined. Why did this really lead to this crime? And the spot inquest corroborating each of those statements is something that needs to be followed up by the police right now. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha. We will keep, tracking that story as far as arrests that have been made in the death of Renuka Swamy, a 33-year-old who was allegedly killed on the behest of the actor Darshan. We'll get you all that on the other side of a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. Let's just get you the very latest that's coming in, and this is in regard to one of the world's largest armies that's set to get a new chief, with the government announcing that Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi will take over as the chief of the army staff from General Manoj Pandey, and that's going to happen at the end of this month. He has been decorated with the Param Vishesh Seva Medal and the Ati Vishesh Seva Medal. He is currently the vice chief of the army staff and will take charge on the afternoon of the 30th of June. And with that, we're slipping away a short break. Back for the whole lot more. To stay with us.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Bhubaneshwar. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. But let's begin with the top stories you need to know. In the Jammu and Kashmir encounter, a CRPF Jawan has been killed in the Kathua terror attack. One terrorist has been killed in the encounter. The encounter was after terrorists attacked a home. In 3 days, there have been 3 terror incidents being reported in Jammu and Kashmir. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh today. Pawan Kalyan and Nara Lokesh are expected to be part of his cabinet. Mr. Naidu held a late-night meeting with Amit Shah. The Prime Minister and senior leaders, as well as some celebrities, are expected to attend this ceremony. Mohan Majhi takes oath as the Chief Minister of Odisha today. Odisha gets its first BJP Chief Minister, and Mr. Majhi is a four-time MLA. Nirmala Sitharaman and Nitin Gadkari have taken official charge. Ms. Sitharaman takes charge as Finance Minister and Nitin Gadkari takes charge as the Roadways Minister. Ex-Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been accused of using cops to tap phones. 4 senior police officials have been named in a charge sheet. No BRS leaders are named in the first police charge sheet, but the police say the accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. The World Bank releases a report on the global economy, and it says that India will remain the fastest growing major economy. The World Bank raises India growth forecast for FY25 to 6.6%. 2 Indians who were recruited by the Russian army have been killed in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. Confirming this, the Foreign Ministry said the government has taken up the issue with Russia. Well, our big focus, the politics continues in Delhi over the water crisis. And today, a double whammy with erratic power cuts across the city continuing amid the ongoing water woes. In fact, the ruling Aam Aadmi Party has accused the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena of lying after Raj Niwas said the capital was getting its share of water from BJP-ruled Haryana and held the Delhi government responsible for the shortage. In fact, in a statement, the LG office said Mr. Saxena actually spoke to the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, over the phone regarding the ongoing water crisis in the capital and was told that the neighbouring state has been releasing water into the Yamuna River for Delhi through the Munna Canal as per the city's allocated share. Raj Niwas blamed the Delhi government for the water crisis, saying the shortage has been caused by the tanker mafia that is stealing water from the canal in connivance with the ruling Aam Aadmi Party.
A double whammy for the residents of Delhi as erratic power cuts are now being reported from across the city amid the ongoing water woes.
कभी-कभी तो 2-3 घंटे का तो चला ही जाता है। आज ही देखिए, आज 3 घंटे से लाइट नहीं थी, तो परेशानी तो हो ही रही है।
Meanwhile, the blame game between both the political parties, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, only continues to intensify. BJP has now alleged that only the Delhi government and the DJB officials are responsible for the water scarcity.
मुनक नहर से ककोरी के बीच जाते आते 25% पानी गायब हो जाता है, जितना आया है। और हमने वो फोटोग्राफ दिखाई कि कैसे वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी चोरी कर रहे हैं, वाटर लिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी वहाँ मौजूद रहते हैं मुनक नहर पे। जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी, दिल्ली की सरकार वहाँ मौजूद है। उसके बावजूद अगर वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी उठा रहे तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन है? दिल्ली सरकार है।
Delhi government minister Atishi has refused these allegations, saying it is the Haryana government that is responsible for the maintenance of Munna Canal and for the water theft.
जब हम हरियाणा सरकार को चिट्ठी लिखते हैं, जब हम उनसे बात करते हैं, तो वो लगातार हमें कहते रहते हैं हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं। ये रास्ते में पानी कहाँ गायब हो जाता है?
While on the issue of power cut, Atashi claimed that it is due to a fire at a substation in Uttar Pradesh from where Delhi receives around 1,200 megawatt of power. She also said that she will seek time from the Union Power Minister regarding this.
BJP alleged that minister is again trying to push the blame on central government and demand the LG's intervention into the matter.
दिल्ली के अंदर देखिए कुल मिलाकर चाहे बिजली का मामला हो चाहे पानी का मामला हो कोई भी मामला हो दिल्ली की सरकार फेल हो चुकी है क्राइसिस इतने ज़्यादा है कोई मॉनिटरिंग करने वाला नहीं है मेरा ये कहना है कि एलजी साहब को इसमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए
Amid this back and forth between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, it is the common people of the national capital that are still waiting for a solution that would bring them some kind of respite from both these crises. In Delhi with camera person Ashwini Kumar, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
Well, the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party and says that there is a nexus between the party and the water mafia. Ishika joins us live with a quick update at the moment. Ishika, we've just heard a war of words and a blame game continues as far as the Aam Aadmi Party and the Lieutenant Governor is concerned. But where do things stand as we speak?
Well, it is still going here in the national capital as the war of words also in fact continues to intensify. Now the entire, if you look at the back and forth, the political back and forth is around the Munnak Canal that, that supplies the water from Haryana to the national capital. In fact, we are standing near it and let me tell you that on one hand, it is the, Raj Nivas and also the Delhi BJP that alleges that it is because of the disrepair of the Munnak Canal and also, in fact, the theft that is happening, which is why the scarcity is what the people are facing here in the national capital. On the other hand, it is Atashi, the water minister and the Delhi government. She continues to say that the responsibility of this lies with only the Haryana irrigation department. Now, in fact, reacting to her press conference yesterday, the Raj Nivas officials said that it is the Delhi government that needs to apprise the Haryana government regarding the disrepair of the Munnak Canal and also make the payments, and only then will it be possible. They also, in fact, Raj Nivas officials also said that no complaint so far has been filed by the Delhi Jual board and the Delhi government, which is the actual custodial of the water that is coming into Delhi with the Delhi police regarding the water theft that is happening. And thus, they allege that it is, in full agreement with the Delhi government that the water theft is happening here in the national capital. So certainly the war of words, it only continues to, escalate as the people here in the national capital, they continue to suffer with not just the water scarcity, but also now the erratic power cuts that is happening across the city. Over to you.
As always, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. In other crucial news, the first session of the 18th Lok Sabha will begin on the 24th of this month and it will end on the 3rd of July. This is what Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has confirmed. The newly elected members will take oath, the Speaker will be elected and the President will give an address on the first day of the session. Meanwhile, the 264th session of the Rajya Sabha, that will start on the 27th of this month and it will also end on the 3rd of July. In fact, this would mark the first Parliament session post the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, which saw the BJP coming back to power, but with a reduced strength. The NDA government has 293 seats in the Lok Sabha, with the BJP making up 240 of those. Maria Shakil joins us over the phone line for further details. Maria, now the first session of the 18th Lok Sabha will actually begin on the 24th and wrap up on the 3rd of July?
Yes, that's right. So that's what Kiren Rijiju, who is the new Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has tweeted. So 24th and 25th will be the swearing in of the new MPs. And 26th will be the election of the Speaker, because this, but just a word on 24th and 25th, how will the session begin in the absence of a Speaker? So the tradition has been that there is a pro tem Speaker who actually plays the role of swearing in of the MPs. he performs that duty, and Pro Tem Speaker is essentially the senior most MP of the House. So any MP who has like 8 terms or 9 terms or maybe more, so he will be the person who will be conducting the first 2 days of the Parliament till the time the new Speaker is elected, and then it will be followed by an address by the President of India in both the Houses of Parliament.
Thanks so much, Maria, for joining us with that quick update. As Maria is reporting, well, the Lok Sabha 18th session will begin on the 24th of this month and wrap up on the 3rd of July. Meanwhile, the 264th session of the Rajya Sabha will commence on the 27th of June and conclude on the 3rd of July. Let's turn our attention now to Jammu and Kashmir. An encounter is on between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda after they attacked an army base late last night. This is what police has said. 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in the shootout, and this is the 3rd such incident in 3 days in Jammu after terrorists opened fire in Katwa, injuring a civilian and at a bus carrying pilgrims in Riyasi, killing 9 passengers. A Jawan belonging to the CRPF was killed in action, while a terrorist was also eliminated during an encounter in Katwa last night. Anand Jain, the Additional Director General of Police Jammu Zone, is actually supervising the anti-terrorist operation as we speak.
जैसे ये नमूदार हुए इलाके में लोगों ने अपने जैसे इन्होंने कोई एक घर में जाकर कुछ लोगों से पानी वगैरह मांगने की कोशिश की, तो जब लोग दहशत में आए तो उसके बाद जैसे सूचना मिली इसकी, तो यहाँ पर SHO और SDPO की टीम मौके पर पहुँची, और चूँकि उसमें एक आतंकवादी ने उन पर ग्रेनेड लॉन्च करने की कोशिश की और एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में वो टेररिस्ट मारा गया। तो ये टेररिस्ट मारा गया है, और जो दूसरा आतंकवादी है वो इस इलाके में छिपे होने की उसकी खबर है, और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है।
Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir police released a sketch of a terrorist involved in the attack on a passenger bus in Riyasi district and announced a 20 lakh rupee reward for information about him. Amid the fake olive branch by Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, 9 innocent pilgrims were killed in the Riyasi attack. Now the police has announced a 20 lakh rupee reward as far as information on the terrorist is concerned. And as you can see, that's the sketch that's been released by officials. The other big story we're tracking, Telugu Desam Party Chief N. Chandrababu Naidu is set to take oath as the new Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for a 4th term. The list of 24 ministers released early today includes 3 from the Jan Sena Party, 1 from the BJP, and the rest are from the TDP. We're told Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and other union ministers including JP Nadda and Bandi Sanjay Kumar are expected to attend this swearing-in ceremony, and Mr. Naidu's son Nara Lokesh, as well as Jan Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan and party's senior leader N. Manohar, they are likely to take oath along with the TDP chief. As you know, Pawan Kalyan's JSP won both the Lok Sabha seats it contested.
సభాయ నమః అంటూ సభాసద్ నమస్కరిస్తూ సభాధ్యక్షులు
Meanwhile, the new Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Majhi will be sworn in as well at a grand swearing-in ceremony at the Janata Maidan in Bhubaneshwar. Mr. Majhi, a prominent tribal face and one of the names that was doing the rounds as the BJP's pick, was elected as the legislator party leader of the BJP, after which he met the governor to stake claim to form government. The Prime Minister is expected to attend the swearing-in ceremony this afternoon, and 2 Deputy Chief Ministers, KV Singh and Pravati Parida, will also be sworn in today, along with Mohan Majhi.
उड़ीसा लोगों का काम करने के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप से दायित्व लिया है और संकल्प भी लिया है। जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो मोदी गारंटी का जो बात बोले काम करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों के मोदी गारंटी का जो काम उसको निश्चित रूप से अगला 5 साल में करके दिखाऊंगा और निश्चित रूप से ओडिया लोगों को न्याय दूंगा.
And the mineral-rich state of Odisha got its first female Deputy Chief Minister in BJP, MLA Pravati Parida. The state, which was governed by the BJD leader, I beg your pardon, Naveen Patnaik for the past 24 years, will now see the BJP form its first ever government, led by an indigenous community leader, Mohan Charan Manjhi. Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha spoke to NDTV. So did KV Singh, the Deputy Chief Minister-elect of Odisha. Listen in.
Your priorities firstly as a woman deputy CM.
हम लोग यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लड़ाई लड़े थे. जब महिला मोर्चा की अध्यक्ष मैं थी तभी लड़े थे महिला सुरक्षा के लिए. यहाँ पे पहली बार हमारी सरकार आई है. जो पीएम आके यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री आके बोल के गए थे और उड़िया लोगों ने उनके ऊपर भरोसा करके बीजेपी को वोट दिए थे. प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक एक वादा को हम उड़िया लोगों के लिए काम पे लाएंगे, पूरा करेंगे. और जो बोले थे किसान के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए और जो श्री मंदिर को लेके प्रभु जगन्नाथ जी के लिए भी बोले थे, एक एक करके कल से काम शुरू होगा.
मैम, क्या आप उम्मीद रखे थे कि आप पहली बार जीते हैं और आप उप मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं. मैं तो एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता हूँ. पार्टी जो दायित्व देती है निभाते हैं. मैं पहली बार जीत के आई हूँ. मैंने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि इतने बड़े जिम्मेदारी पार्टी मुझे दे सकती है. मैं इसलिए आभार प्रकट करती हूँ मेरी शीर्ष नेतृत्व, मेरी सीएम पे और मेरी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मनमोहन सामल जी और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी के ऊपर कि उन लोगों ने एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता को एक असाधारण जिम्मेदारी दी है. मैं जगन्नाथ जी के पास गुहारी करती हूँ, माँ मंगला के पास विनती करती हूँ कि ये जिम्मेदारी तुलाने के लिए मुझे शक्ति दे.
एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रवती परिदा. 6-time MLA, now you're a Deputy Chief Minister. What are your priorities as this new BJP government takes over?
I would like to say one thing. You'll see governance. When we were in the alliance with Naveen Babu, at that point of time also, the BJP, the departments held by the BJP ministers delivered. And thereafter, governance came to a total standstill. It was only bureaucratic governance. Now you'll see the true governance in the literal sense.
And sir, this is a very careful calculation by the BJP. You have a tribal face as a chief minister, you have someone from Western Odisha, a royal, as a deputy chief minister, and you have a lady as a deputy chief minister. Clearly, you've addressed every aspiration.
See, the Bharatiya Janata Party looks into all aspects before taking on any decisions, and I must hand it to our central leadership, our parliamentary board, our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Defence Minister, Home Minister, who have looked into all these aspects and then taken a decision.
And the last question before I let you go, I know you've had a long day. Just this election has been about Odia pride. And while, you know, all these things that you mentioned are very important, delivering on these promises, Odia pride is something that perhaps this election has been known for. Do you think this is Mr. Naveen Patnaik's defeat, or do you think V.K. Pandian was largely responsible?
I wouldn't like to comment on that. We leave it for to the people to take their decision. They've given one mandate by going for a change of government, and they will give you the answers in the coming days.
And your priorities as Deputy Chief Minister?
We'll talk about all that after the oath.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once,
collect rewards for everyone.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Welcome back. The Inquiry Commission looking into the alleged irregularities in the power sector during the previous BRS government's tenure has issued notices to former Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao as well as several others and sought their responses as part of its ongoing probe. Retired Justice L. Narasimha Reddy, head of the commission, has told reporters that the panel has identified 25 officials as well as non-officials who took decisions on the issues under inquiry. My colleague Uma Sudhir is tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Uma, the panel investigating the power sector irregularities has now issued a notice to KCR.
Yes, indeed. He has been asked to reply by the 15th of June, but he has sought time till the 30th of July, which maybe make it tough for the commission because their term is in fact expiring before that. But what I must point out is that for the first time, the former Chief Minister being called in by this probe panel at a time when in fact the phone tapping issue also is something that is indicating some political hand in the BRS there as well. So three things here. One, they're talking about the power purchase agreement with Chhattisgarh, saying that no tenders were issued when the power purchase agreement was entered into with Chhattisgarh that cost 1,362 crore rupees. That the cost of 1 megawatt of power was 9.7 crores, whereas Jharkhand at the same time had got it for 5.5 crore rupees, and therefore irregularity being alleged here. The second part of it is the building of the Dadri Thermal Power Plant and the Bhadradri Thermal Power Plant, and in both of those there is allegation once again of irregularities, saying that subcritical technology was used, which has all caused a loss to the exchequer. The numbers that are being spoken about, the cost is about 4,700 crore rupees in the case of one of the Yadadri project, and 9,700 rupees in the case of the 9,300 crore rupees, I beg your pardon, in the case of the Bhadradri unit. And already the officials who were involved in this have been called by the commission for questioning. That includes Prabhakar Rao, who was quite a high profile person who headed the GENCO, and he has been called in for questioning. Also the Energy Secretary, former Chief Secretary S.K. Joshi, as well as Mr. Arvind Kumar, all of them already been called in for questioning. And the Chief Minister himself, after placing a white paper on the power sector on the floor of the Assembly, had spoken about irregularities and scandals, and that would require probing, and he was waiting for the election process to get over to once again step up the heat on these inquiries that he is going to be carrying out in this particular case. This comes in fact at a time when the Congress government in fact itself is facing criticism for power cuts and so on, and he's pointing fingers at the kind of debt that the previous government had left for him in the power sector. He says not just accumulated losses of more than 60,000 crore rupees, but also debt of more than 80,000 crore rupees in the power sector.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for breaking down the details for us. Do stay on with us for the next update as well, as the Telangana police has submitted their first charge sheet in the phone tapping case to the Metropolitan Magistrate Court at Nampalli. In view of the requirement to file the charge sheet within 90 days of the arrest of the accused, and as the bail applications of the accused were pending, we are being told that the police has said that the accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. Uma, what further details could you disclose?
So the bail application of these 4 accused did come up, and the argument by their counsel was that they had, no evidence has been really presented by the prosecution in this case, and the prosecution arguing that this is a very high-profile case and that they could tamper with evidence. Already 2 people who are mentioned in the charge sheet are missing, but the verdict on the bail application is expected today. The second part of it is the charge sheet itself, and that is in fact including the confessional statements of all these officers. And yes, about 1,200 phones is what they have said have been tapped, and not just of politicians but also of businessmen, of journalists, and in fact people belonging to the film world as well. All that has been tapped, and allegation is that it was illegally tapped and that the information was in fact stored away in hard disks, and that soon after the BRS lost power on the 4th of December is when many of these hard disks, apparently all of them seem to have been destroyed in some manner or the other, but the confessional statement seems to indicate that the fingers are pointing towards the BRS leadership, including the former Chief Minister Radhakishan Rao, former Task Force DCP, had in fact repeatedly mentioned Peddaina, referring to KCR and saying that it was on the instructions, or suggesting that it was on the instructions of KCR that Prabhakar Rao was in fact acting. Prabhakar Rao is the Special Intelligence Branch Chief, former SIB Chief, who is in fact in the US for medical treatment, and the expectation is that with the filing of the charge sheets, which is naming Prabhakar Rao as well as one more person who in fact is now Shravan Kumar, who is in fact associated with the media house and also said to be out of the country, the process may start for tracking them internationally and the issue of the red corner notice in order to be able to bring them back, because they could be quite crucial for nailing perhaps the political leadership, which is what the Congress government may also be looking at, because while the names of multiple ministers have been mentioned, none of them has been mentioned in fact in the charge sheet itself. So that could happen only after they are perhaps questioned first, and if there is evidence then their name could come up. But yes, fingers pointing certainly at the political leadership of the previous government.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you here on NDTV 24/7. Slipping into a very quick break for now.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to
CRPF Jawan has been killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. The terror attack, one terrorist has been killed, and an encounter was after the terrorist attacked a home. In 3 days, 3 terror incidents have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh today. Pawan Kalyan and Nara Lokesh are expected to be part of his cabinet. This after Mr. Naidu holds a late-night meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah. The Prime Minister, senior leaders and some celebrities are expected to attend this ceremony. Mohan Majhi takes oath as the Chief Minister of Odisha today. Odisha will get its first BJP Chief Minister, who's also a four-time MLA. Nirmala Sitharaman and Nitin Gadkari have taken official charge. Ms. Sitharaman takes charge as Finance Minister, while Mr. Gadkari has taken charge as the Minister of Roadways. Ex-Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been accused of using police to tap phones. 4 senior police officials have been named in a charge sheet. No BRS leaders have been named in the first police charge sheet, but police say the accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. The World Bank releases a report on the global economy and says India will remain the fastest growing major economy. In fact, the World Bank raises India growth forecast for FY25 to 6.6%. Two Indians who were recruited by the Russian army have been killed in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. Confirming this, the Foreign Ministry said the government has taken up the issue with Russia. Well, India will remain the fastest growing major economy, recording a steady growth of 6.7% in the next 3 years, including the current financial year. This is what a World Bank report that's just been released states. In India, growth is estimated to have picked up to 8.2% in the fiscal year 2023-2024, 1.9 percentage points higher than estimated in January, according to the World Bank's latest Global Economic Prospects report. In fact, it further said global growth is projected to hold steady at 2.6% in 2024 before edging up to an average of 2.7% in 2025-2026. That is well below the 3.1% average in the decade before COVID-19. Well, let's get you a quick recap of the top story we're tracking from Jammu and Kashmir. Well, the current encounter, we are told, in the Doda district is being monitored. The encounter was between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda after they attacked an army base late last night. 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in the shootout. That's what we can share with you. And unfortunately, this is the 3rd such incident in 3 days in Jammu after terrorists opened fire in Kathua, injuring a civilian, and at a bus carrying pilgrims in Riyasi, killing 9 passengers.
जैसे ये नमूदार हुए इलाके में लोगों ने अपने जैसे इन्होंने कोई एक घर में जाकर कुछ लोगों से पानी वगैरह मांगने की कोशिश की, तो जब लोग दहशत में आए तो उसके बाद जैसे सूचना मिली इसकी, तो यहाँ पर SHO और SDPO की टीम मौके पर पहुँची और चूँकि उसमें एक आतंकवादी ने उन पर ग्रेनेड लॉक करने की कोशिश की और एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर में वो टेररिस्ट मारा गया। तो ये टेररिस्ट मारा गया है और जो दूसरा आतंकवादी है वो इस इलाके में छिपे होने की उसकी खबर है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है।
Let's get you a quick update from the National Capital Region. Well, politics continues in Delhi over the water crisis and a double whammy with erratic power cuts across the city amid the ongoing water woes. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party has promised action, but Atashi, the minister, says they will ensure zero water wastage. But there's a blame game currently playing out, with the Aam Aadmi Party saying that the Lieutenant Governor has not been the most cooperative in terms of ensuring that Delhi has an uninterrupted water supply. The Lieutenant Governor did say he spoke to the Chief Minister of Haryana and he was assured that Delhi is being supplied with the required amount of water. However, the Aam Aadmi Party begs to differ.
A double whammy for the residents of Delhi as erratic power cuts are now being reported from across the city amid the ongoing water woes.
कभी कभी तो दो तीन घंटे का तो चला ही जाता है। आज ही देखिए, आज 3 घंटे से लाइट नहीं थी, तो परेशानी तो हो ही रही है।
Meanwhile, the blame game between both the political parties, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, only continues to intensify. BJP has now alleged that only the Delhi government and the DJB officials are responsible for the water scarcity.
मुनक नहर से ककोरी के बीच जाते आते 25% पानी गायब हो जाता है, जितना आया है। और हमने वो फोटोग्राफ दिखाई है कि कैसे वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी चोरी कर रहे हैं, वाटर लिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी वहाँ मौजूद रहते हैं मुनक नहर पे। जल बोर्ड के अधिकारी, दिल्ली की सरकार वहाँ मौजूद है। उसके बावजूद अगर वाटर टैंकर वहाँ से पानी उठा रहे तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन है? दिल्ली सरकार है।
Delhi government minister Atishi has refused these allegations, saying it is the Haryana government that is responsible for the maintenance of Munak Canal and for the water theft.
जब हम हरियाणा सरकार को चिट्ठी लिखते हैं, जब हम उनसे बात करते हैं, तो वो लगातार हमें कहते रहते हैं हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं, हम तो पानी छोड़ रहे हैं। ये रास्ते में पानी कहाँ गायब हो जाता है?
While on the issue of power cut, Atashi claimed that it is due to a fire at a substation in Uttar Pradesh from where Delhi receives around 1,200 megawatt of power. She also said that she will seek time from the Union Power Minister regarding this.
BJP alleged that minister is again trying to push the blame on central government and demand the LG's intervention into the matter.
दिल्ली के अंदर देखिए, कुल मिलाकर चाहे बिजली का मामला हो, चाहे पानी का मामला हो, कोई भी मामला हो, दिल्ली की सरकार फेल हो चुकी है। क्राइसिस इतने ज़्यादा है, कोई मॉनिटरिंग करने वाला नहीं है। मेरा ये कहना है कि एलजी साहब को इसमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए।
Amid this back and forth between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, it is the common people of the national capital that are still waiting for a solution that would bring them some kind of respite from both these crises. In Delhi with camera person Ashwini Kumar, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
As always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24/7. Slipping into a very quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
An encounter is on between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Yoda. That's after an attack at an army base late last night. A CRPF Jawan, meanwhile, has been killed in the Katwa terror attack. One terrorist has been killed. This encounter after terrorists attacked a home. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh today. Pawan Kalyan and Nara Lokesh are expected to be part of his cabinet. This after he held a late-night meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah, who's expected to attend the ceremony, while the Prime Minister and senior leaders and some celebrities are expected to be in attendance. Mohan Majhi takes oath as the Chief Minister of Odisha today. Odisha will get its first BJP Chief Minister, who is also a 4-time MLA. Nirmala Sitharaman has taken charge as Finance Minister, while Nitin Gadkari takes charge as the Minister of Roadways.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and
Well, our big focus, 2 Indian nationals who had been recruited by the Russian army have recently been killed in the ongoing war with Ukraine. This is what a statement released by the Ministry of External Affairs late on Tuesday evening has confirmed. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs has also said that they have strongly taken up the matter with the Russian ambassador in New Delhi, and the Indian embassy in Moscow has taken it up with the Russian authorities for early release and return of all Indian nationals who are currently with the Russian army. Dozens of Indians have reportedly been duped by agents into fighting for Russian forces with the lure of money as well as a Russian passport. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, 2 Indian nationals who had been recruited by the Russian army have unfortunately been killed. It wasn't immediately clear from where they hailed from, but India has also demanded that there be a verified stop to any further recruitment of its nationals by the Russian army?
Yeah, certainly the statement from the External Affairs Ministry says that they have also asked their Russian counterparts to stop recruiting people of their army. The Indian nationals should not be recruited. And as per the details we are gathering right now, it appears, though their identity has not been shared by the External Affairs Ministry, but perhaps it appears that they may be from Punjab and Haryana region, because some of the relatives of some people in Punjab and Haryana who have contacted us has confirmed that perhaps these people may be from that particular region, but their identity details have not yet been revealed, and India is strongly lodged this thing with the Russian counterparts to say that these people should not be, Indian nationals should not be recruited. And this is not the first occasion that Indians have died there in the Ukraine-Russia war. This year, at least 2 people, if you can see the reports earlier, 2 Indians have all been killed in action there. And this is how it happens. The details suggest that these people have been lured to go there by seeing the YouTube videos with the travel agents, and then they end up.
Right, thanks as always, Ghazali, for joining us with that crucial update. In fact, earlier in March, 2 Indian citizens were killed during the war. They were forced to fight alongside the Russian army. Their bodies were actually brought to Delhi on the 16th of March and flown to their homes in Surat and Hyderabad, respectively. The other big story we're tracking, Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden, was found guilty of 3 felony charges stemming from his purchase of a handgun back in 2018. Hunter Biden, as you know, is the first child of a sitting US president ever to be convicted in a criminal trial. The US president had said last week that he would not pardon his son. But Hunter faces a maximum prison sentence of 25 years, but is much more likely to receive 2 years or less, or even no prison time at all, because he is a first-time offender and the crimes involved only a single gun that was never used violently. The judge who oversaw the trial will determine the sentence. She actually said she expects to conduct sentencing in about 4 months. We have a reaction from Delaware's US attorney lined up for you, followed by our Washington, D.C. correspondent Benji Hiles' report from Ground Zero.
This case was about the illegal choices defendant made while in the throes of addiction, his choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun, and the choice to then possess that gun. It was these choices and the combination of guns and drugs that made his conduct dangerous. Second, no one in this country is above the law. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, even this defendant. However, Hunter Biden should be no more accountable than any other citizen convicted of this same conduct.
So this here is the jury verdict form, and it reads guilty on all counts, buying and possessing a firearm whilst addicted to an illegal substance. The president has responded immediately. Joe Biden says he'll accept the outcome of this case and continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. This conviction, the first for the offspring of a sitting US president, is perhaps the strongest evidence yet that the system isn't rigged against just Donald Trump, as he so often claims. That hasn't stopped him, though, from insisting that the Biden family is a criminal empire, which is all coming to an end, he says, on November 5th. How, though, might this affect the election? Well, one of the jurors on the trial insists that no politics came into play. And, of course, it's Joe Biden running for the presidency, not his son. So this is unlikely to alter the polls dramatically. In fact, drug addiction and the consequences of it have touched many American lives, and this might garner some sympathy for Hunter. Still, the prosecution for this case insists this is not about addiction, but about the illegal choices the defendant made whilst in the throes of addiction. And this isn't the end of Hunter's legal dilemmas either. He, of course, awaits a sentencing, and then he faces another trial in September on tax charges. He's also in the crosshairs of high-ranking Republican Party lawmakers who are investigating his business dealings. Benji Hire, NDTV, Washington.
Well, let's turn our attention now to the United Kingdom. The Conservative Party launched its election manifesto with a litany of eye-catching pledges designed to stir up support among its elderly base. Well, national service for teenagers, tax cuts for pensioners, and a clampdown on liberal gender rules were among the headline-grabbing announcements that had already been deployed as far as the first crucial weeks of the Tory campaign are concerned. It worked well if the aim had been to make people angry online and to give commentators a reason to bicker. But this 80-page manifesto added an array of further tax cuts to keep the right wing of the Tory party happy, funded by promises of big cuts to welfare spending and civil service bureaucracy. But you know, beneath the surface, the pledges, experts argue, were more about sending signals than transforming a nation. Analysts, in fact, said that for many Brits, the headline-grabbing tax cuts would be offset by stealth rises in income tax thresholds, and the welfare cuts sounded tough, but it was never specified where the axe would fall. In other news from the UK, a man has been arrested after objects were thrown at Brexiteer Nigel Farage on the UK election campaign trail. Farage, campaigning for a seat in the House of Commons as the head of the right-wing challenge party Reform UK, was on the top of his battle bus in South Yorkshire when a cup was thrown narrowly missing him. This actually comes after a woman was charged with assault after a milkshake was thrown over Nigel Farage, whose return to frontline politics has spooked the governing Tories in Clacton earlier this month. In other crucial news, a luxury southern Italian resort with a Michelin star restaurant, which is frequented by Madonna and Justin Timberlake, will host the G7 leaders this week. We're talking about a secluded oasis in Puglia, far from the public, the media, and any potential protesters. Leaders of the G7 wealthy nations, they gather in southern Italy this week against the backdrop of global and political turmoil, with boosting support for Ukraine top of the agenda. US President Joe Biden, French President Emmanuel Macron, and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida are among the group of 7 leaders heading to this luxury resort in Puglia from the 13th till the 15th for this summit. But this G7 summit comes at a sensitive time with wars raging in Ukraine and Gaza, and with Mr. Biden and Mr. Macron and Britain's Rishi Sunak facing elections in the coming weeks and months. But with an eye to global challenges, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, she's also the host, she has invited around a dozen non-G7 heads of government, from India's Narendra Modi to Turkey's Recep Tayyip Erdogan. This will be Mr. Modi's first trip abroad after being elected for the 3rd consecutive term, and sources say the Prime Minister will be accompanied by a high-level delegation that is likely to include our External Affairs Minister. Now, it is expected that Prime Minister Modi will hold a number of bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the G7 summit, but funding Ukraine, the Israel-Hamas war, tensions in the Indo-Pacific and migration are top of the agenda at the upcoming G7 summit. Meanwhile, analysts have praised the reappointment of Nirmala Sitharaman as the finance minister and said that it will help in easing market concerns around the new coalition government. The reappointment is being seen by market analysts as a strong signal of policy continuity. In fact, according to reports, Goldman Sachs economists have said that they expect the new government to stick to the fiscal consolidation path with a continued thrust on infrastructure creation through more rail network, amidst a slight tilt towards more rural spending. Meanwhile, the World Bank has said that India will remain the fastest growing of the world's largest economies, although its pace of expansion is expected to moderate. The World Bank forecasts India's GDP to grow by 6.6% in the financial year 2025, it said in its Global Economic Prospects report for the month of June. But for FY26 and FY27, growth is projected at 6.7% and 6.8% respectively. It's estimated to grow at an average of 6.7% per fiscal from the year 2024 through 2026, making South Asia the world's fastest growing region. And Rick Rosso joins us from Washington. He's the chair of US-India Policy Studies from the Center for Strategic and International Studies for further clarity. Thanks so much, Rick, for making time for us on NDTV. Ahead of the results in India, the market saw a huge sell-off. Where do you see the markets headed now? Can we expect more stability?
I think we're going to see a little more stability on policymaking than people kind of expected. The result was a surprise, certainly for a lot of people, most people, I dare to say. And so you had that initial reaction when you felt the government's hand was weakened, and those that believed that the Modi government was doing good things on business may have been spooked somewhat. But when you think about the makeup of the coalition, the Telugu Desam Party has been actually more supportive of modernizing the business environment and reforms. And the Janata Dal United overall, hasn't really been a break on that, unlike, some other regional parties, which may be less comfortable. So not surprised with a bit of wobbliness in markets because the surprise was a bit of a result. But I suspect it'll stabilize. And once you begin to see government policy making, when the budget's announced, things like that, and you see that they still have aspirational plans for making the economy work better, I think the investment will come back, both in terms of portfolio as well as foreign direct investment.
In fact, Rick, some experts argue that the Indian economy is in a Goldilocks phase with strong growth and manageable macro stability risks. Where do you see India versus the world economy Do you see real acceleration on the radar?
Well, the numbers, when you think kind of long term, are pretty incredible. By the end of the century now, estimates have India's population as being probably double of China's. India's will grow. China's will cut dramatically because of the long-term impact of the one-child policy. 6-7% growth in India certainly is the best among major economies. But still, in its heyday, China was growing at 10-12% a lot of years. So India doing well, but we know what even better kind of looks like based on recent examples of other large countries. To me, I think, India's real acceleration, certainly 6-7% growth is better than most, and it's going to help bring more people out of poverty and towards prosperity. But in about 15-20 years, when a majority of states are actually elected primarily by city voters rather than rural voters, I think that's when state-level elections start really focusing on modernization, because a lot of the same things that city dwellers want on reliable electric power and things are the same exact things that a lot of big investors, manufacturing in particular, need to happen. So I think the growth is great. The long-term numbers are incredible. I think the real acceleration on the economy for most states is still 15 or 20 years away, but some states will get there faster as they urbanize faster and you begin to see state-level voting patterns change.
Well, then, would you say that this is India's golden era? Are all the right boxes being checked? And is India on the takeoff stage?
Yeah, we can take a step in a different direction and talk about the defense partnership. That's where I think really the two sides, especially as it revolves around cooperation related to some of the more harmful elements of the rise of China on defense and security cooperation, we've been able to do really some phenomenal things. And there, of course, the governments actually drive the agenda. When we talk about private sector cooperation, the government set the table, but ultimately the people that have to move are the private sector. And it's hard sometimes to understand what all their motives kind of look like. But if I'm thinking about how India can actually win a lot of that investment, some of it is driven by Delhi. India still has a relatively protectionist regime on trade. And when you think about the ability to bring in raw materials and input goods for manufacturing, hopefully the government will begin to ratchet down some of those high protections against the input goods, which would be a big impetus for domestic manufacturers. You still have about 40 sectors in India that have some type of foreign investment limitation, whether it's FDI caps or other regulations that impair foreign investors. Quick change in regulatory policy happens a lot in India, and companies would like a little more stability. But otherwise, most of the agenda for India to really capitalize on this economic and growth momentum and population growth momentum, again, really kind of lies with the states. So, it feels like India is on the cusp. It feels like it's been that for some time. I think we all very much know the steps, the additional steps that can be taken to really help India, I think, capture the prize, which is landing a much larger share of global manufacturing investment. So we'll see if it's possible to do that under coalition, which obviously things get a little bit more constrained that way.
Well, Rick, thanks so much, as always, for joining us with the latest update and insight. As always, news and updates continue. We're back in a moment after this very short break.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Chief Minister today, fourth term for Mr. Naidu as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Janasena Chief Pawan Kalyan would also be part of the Naidu cabinet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, senior leaders of the Modi cabinet, celebrities likely to attend the ceremony. Lok Sabha session all set to begin from the 24th of June. Newly elected MPs will take oath in the first session. 18th Lok Sabha session to begin from June 24th and will last till the 3rd of July. The newly elected MPs will take oath in the first session of the Lok Sabha elections of Speaker to take place in the following days. Delhi water crisis deepens. Aam Aadmi Party government assures action. Minister Atishi has said that she will ensure zero water wastage. In fact, there is an NDTV ground report from a key Munnar canal. This is the lifeline from Delhi water supply. J&K encounter case. CRPF Jawan has been killed today in Kathua terror attack. One terrorist has been killed in this encounter. In the Kathua encounter, after terrorists attacked home, 3 days, 3 terror incidents in Jammu Kashmir. Former Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR, has been accused of using cops to tap phones. 4 senior police officials have been named in the charge sheet. No BRS leaders named in the first police charge sheet. The police, in fact, have said that accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. World Bank releases report on global economy. India to remain fastest growing major economy. World Bank raises India's growth forecast for financial year 2025 to 6.6%. Politics continues in Delhi over water crisis. Allegations of flying are flying thick and fast as Delhi's water crisis and water shortage has deepened. Of course, the political row now has been sparked and it continues to escalate. On Tuesday, BJP accused Water Minister of Delhi, Atishi, of lying, and she in turn said that BJP-ruled Haryana government was being dishonest. Now, Delhi LGVK Saxena has also waded into the controversy, claiming that Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party in Delhi, was misrepresenting facts. Now, Delhi water crisis has deepened, but Aam Aadmi Party has also promised action. In fact, Minister Atishi has said that she will ensure zero water shortage wastage. So this is an ongoing water crisis. People across Delhi have been scrambling to fill up water from tankers. There's been a shortage of water in several parts of Delhi. This is in the midst of an ongoing heat wave where the temperature of the capital has been hovering around 43 degrees Celsius to even 49 degrees Celsius. But there's a political war that has escalated in the midst of all of this, with Aam Aadmi Party blaming BJP-ruled Haryana government for not releasing water to Delhi. And of course, this matter has also gone to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has advised Himachal Pradesh government to help in this, help Delhi in this regard. But of course, BJP has also said that it is Aam Aadmi Party's mismanagement of internal factors that has led to water crisis in Delhi. This is a problem that has been going on for long in Delhi, of course, with no solution in sight. Those are the visuals of residents of Delhi across several parts of the national capital scrambling for the daily water needs. Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has promised action. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with a ground report on this. Ishika, there is of course a political war between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP on this. You are at a crucial spot. Tell us, what is the primary source of potable water in Delhi? It's known for long that Delhi has to depend on Haryana for its water needs. But of course now there is politics around this entire matter, something that we see playing out every year.
Well, yes, certainly, Vasudha, as you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen. And while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal. And that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person, Rohit, is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana, in the national capital. Now, this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnivas sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly, you can see that how, liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is, for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is, happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here, the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water. And here as well, we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in, less than 12 hours. But certainly, we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when, the water, in fact, they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Ishika, for for joining us with those details. My colleague Ishika reporting from one of the primary sources of potable water for the capital. Of course, there is a lot of politics that is playing over this, especially between Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi-led BJP government, Delhi-led BJP-led Haryana government. Moving on to another important day today in Andhra Pradesh, TDP National President N. Chandrababu Naidu is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time in a few minutes from now. In fact, 11:27 a.m. is when he could be taking oath, and Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is already there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also expected to be there shortly. JP Nadda has already arrived, as what we get to know from the visuals. Rajnikant, Chiranjeevi are the superstars who are already present. Remember, at a joint meeting of TDP, BJP and Janasena legislators yesterday, Mr. Naidu was unanimously elected as the NDA leader in the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief JP Nadda and other leaders are expected to attend the swearing-in. Some of them have already arrived. Mr. Shah and of course Mr. Nadda have already arrived there. Mr. Shah in fact arrived at the Gannavaram airport along with Mr. Nadda yesterday night. He was received by Mr. Naidu's son and TDP General Secretary Nara Lokesh, also to be a minister in the Andhra Pradesh cabinet. He was received by him. Later Mr. Shah and others proceeded to Mr. Naidu's residence at Undavali in Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Naidu is set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth term now. This is all set to happen at 11:27. In fact, met Governor of Andhra Pradesh Abdul Nazir on the 11th of June, and the Governor had invited Mr. Naidu to form the government. Of course, the Janasena Party, which is also an ally of TDP and part of the NDA alliance, unanimously elected its chief, Pawan Kalyan, as the leader of the legislative party. He is also expected to take oaths today. Along with Mr. Naidu, what we hear is 24 MLAs from NDA alliance could be scheduled to take oath, and the list could consist about 21 MLAs from TDP, 3 from JSP and 1 from BJP, which is Satya Kumar. The 3 members of JSP could include, of course, Pawan Kalyan. To understand this better, what does this mean for the future and past and present of Andhra Pradesh? And also, is there a new TDP that is in the making? Remember, Mr. Naidu was seen as the first CEO of Andhra Pradesh, the man who was seen as responsible for bringing several reforms and technology into the state, including Microsoft, to India. How is this going to work out for the state of Andhra Pradesh? Remember, TDP is also an important constituent in the central government alliance of NDA. It has 16 MPs. In fact, it also has the aviation ministry with it, and also an MOS, which has rural and of course commerce MOS ministries with it. Joining me now is Anurag Naidu, who tracks the TDP very closely, and Sajjan Kumar, who tracks national politics. Thank you so much for joining us. Anurag, tell us the significance of an event like this, because clearly there is a new TDP in the making. Chandrababu Naidu has clearly said that the centre support is crucial for the growth of Andhra Pradesh. At the same time, he's also said that the emphasis will be on political governance, not on bureaucracy. So there are clearly lessons that he has learned from his earlier tenures.
Well, absolutely. I think, Vasudha, you made a very good point. This is the new TDP. This is not the conventional TDP that we've known to see Mr. Naidu, the kind of politics he was known for, the kind of administration within the party that he was known for. If you see this, the combination of Janasena and BJP, for the first time ever, Mr. Naidu actively conceded that space to Pawan Kalyan. Pawan Kalyan was almost front-ending many campaign rallies for the Janasena TDP combined, even before BJP coming into the fold. Let's not get mistaken, the BJP came into the fold in the 11th hour, and that's when they were accommodated with 10 MLA seats, where people were saying that, okay, Mr. Naidu conceded way too much for the party that even did not vote close to 1% of the vote. So I think it is very interesting to see that although Mr. Naidu conceded 10 seats to the BJP, they had a striking rate of 8 seats, 80%. They conceded 21. And it's interesting how Pawan Kalyan also gave into this consideration. He gave up 1 additional seat for the BJP, and he came down to 21 or 22, and then 21, I believe, and then he won all of them, 100% strike rate. So it clearly shows that the chemistry between these 3 parties has been unprecedented. And clearly what we see today, the position of Mr. Naidu and the party nationally and even in Andhra Pradesh, of course, is an unprecedented, because there's a time when we see a strong Modi 3.0 government, but fairly short of the halfway numbers, and that's when TDP becomes the second largest alive with 16 MPs. Make no mistake, 16 MPs, and that's a huge bargain that has been going on at the background. And I think the power center, I have not seen Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Nadda and Mr. B.L. Santosh, all three reaching out to one chief minister a day before the swearing-in ceremony. I don't remember in the last 10 years that it has happened. So it is unprecedented importance, unprecedented stature for Mr. Naidu and the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is in high focus at this point in time.
So Venkaiah Naidu, former Vice President, also reached the spot, and of course JP Nadda there, Nitin Gadkari there, and of course Tamilisai Soundarajan, former Governor of Telangana. Uma, my colleague who has tracked Andhra Pradesh and Telangana very closely for years, joins us. Over to you, Uma.
Thank you, Vasudha. Certainly a very big day here in Andhra Pradesh, and all roads in Andhra Pradesh seem to be leading to this venue of the swearing-in ceremony just near the Gannavaram airport, in fact, where over 14 acres is where all the delegates and the invitees are going to be seated, and almost 64 acres has been allotted just for the parking. And what I'm told is that all the national highways leading up to it are in fact clogged. And yes, all that star-studded event, political VIPs as well as star VIPs from the film world. Films and politics not really, separate in Andhra Pradesh in many ways. I guess, the two main families also here, whether it's Chief Minister and who we expect to be the Deputy CM, Pawan Kalyan, both having that association with films as well. And I have with me Mr. Ramesh Kandula, who is someone who has tracked the Telugu Desam from the time of N.T. Ramarao, and in fact he is the biography of he is the author of this book, Maverick Messiah, which is a political biography of N.T. Ramarao, and someone who continues to track the Telugu Desam very closely as well. So a lot of VIPs arrival there, but today's the announcement that we have got of the list of ministers to be included, only one seat has been left as of now. As expected, of course, Pawan Kalyan there, only next to Chandrababu Naidu, which means that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister. And third in the reckoning is Nara Lokesh, who in fact last time round when he became a minister, he was elevated from an MLC to become a minister. This time he has taken the proper route of being elected through Mangalgiri itself. And the mix you are seeing, 3 JSP ministers, 1 person from the BJP, and even that Mr. Amit Shah had to, and Mr. JP Nadda came in, and then the choice was made of Satya Kumar Yadav, who is someone who has worked in fact as PS to Mr. Venkaiah Naidu as well, an old hand of the BJP.
Yeah. Oma, this is a completely new political experience, not only for the people of Andhra Pradesh, but also for TDP as well as Naidu. Naidu never ran a coalition government.
He ran a coalition government, but
that was a very nominal kind of thing, 2014. Actually, there were 4 MLAs from BJP and they got 2 ministries. Now, this time they have 8 MLAs, but got only 1. So, things keep changing.
But the difference also perhaps is that NDA government at the centre, NDA government in the state, double engine may work well for Andhra Pradesh, which requires huge amount of help. But the NDA at the centre requires TDP. The TDP in the NDA in Andhra Pradesh doesn't require anyone else.
But still, Chandrababu Naidu went for coalition. They have been calling this as NDA government. We never heard that term in the past, at least in Andhra Pradesh. For the first time, I think we are hearing this new term called NDA government. So this is not TDP government, let us remember, this is NDA government. Chandrababu Naidu was elected as NDA legislature party leader yesterday. So that is the difference. So I think Chandrababu Naidu also will have to be aware of this new reality, and he seems to be realizing that. Yesterday there was a small incident on the stage wherein all the 3 leaders came in. Chandrababu Naidu was sitting in the chair and he observed that
Ram Charan now coming in as well. That's what we have seen now in the visuals.
So Chandrababu Naidu was sitting in the chair and he observed that his chair was a little special compared to the other 2, where Purandeshwari BJP leader was sitting and where Pawan Kalyan Jansena chief was sitting. So he immediately called the security people and asked them to replace that and make it similar.
The optics there very important because Chandrababu Naidu has been time and again. He knows that Pawan Kalyan is actually a baby in politics compared to Chandrababu Naidu. This is the first election that he is winning. First time he is going to become a minister, possibly a deputy chief minister. And Yet he wants to treat him like an equal because when he was in jail, the man who gave him hope was actually Pawan Kalyan, isn't it?
He has been very conscious of this new reality, and he makes it a point to give importance to Pawan Kalyan at every opportunity. And it was clear yesterday also that he is going to continue the same thing. So, because you see, there are a lot of actually concerns among people. How would Chandrababu Naidu be able to run this government? Because Pawan Kalyan and Janasena want to expand.
That's a very important political point that you're making, because at a time when Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP is actually reduced to only 11 seats, they actually, Chandrababu Naidu has a bigger mandate than 1994, the mandate that N.T. Ramarao got at that time. And what happens in such a case is that he ends up not having an opposition. So that space is largely empty. We don't even know if Jagan Mohan Reddy will come to the assembly.
In fact, Uma, actually there was talk earlier that Pawan Kalyan might not even join the government because he wanted to occupy that opposition space. He would be the opposition leader, in fact, if he chose to.
Yeah.
But just because they had pre-poll alliance, probably he could not have done that.
Also, the expectations of the Janasena cadre that they should be.
Yes.
The cadre would have had big expectations, because even when the alliance was being formed, they were a little disappointed that Janasena was limited to 21 constituencies, that they had to fight only 2. Of course, they gave a strike rate of 100%, which showed very well for a Pawan Kalyan, who's otherwise not done too well electorally in 2019. He was not able to win both the seats that he fought on. Vasudha, we had more political guests that you wanted to bring in as well.
Stay with us. Pula Rao, so the optics of this event, if you look at the stage, there is OPS, O Paneerselvam, also an NDA partner. There is Praful Patel, there's Eknath Shinde, there's Chirag Paswan. So clearly, it is just not a BJP or a TDP function. The NDA seems to be really important there. We saw Bhubaneshwar walking in with Purundeshwari. So the optics are very interesting. The pictures and the visuals tell a story, isn't it? What is it that you get, sir?
First of all, there's a little bit of a dig I have to take. Everybody likes a winner, and therefore they all came. They had nothing earlier to do with Andhra Pradesh, but, they're chief ministers, and knowing Chandrababu Naidu, he would have invited a wide array of people. You saw Rajinikanth on the stage. Behind him, you saw Paneerselvam, then the former governor of Telangana. So, he would like to send a message that this is a very important event, and he's a very senior chief minister. And all these people have come, not only the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and Mr. Nadda and Mr. Gadkari. All these leaders have come. So therefore, he would definitely like to make it that he is a very senior and important politician, and they have all come for the swearing in. As opposed to the time in 2014, of course, I think the Prime Minister came at that time. That's the message he wants to give. And of course, there is a little change in circumstances. There is a government which is running. Modi is not a new Prime Minister. He's been there 10 years. He will continue in the style. There's going to be a little more cooperation. But there's one undercurrent which we must note. No doubt, Chandrababu Naidu got 131 MLAs out of 175. But generally, everybody admits it would not have been possible had it not been for the coalition and Pawan Kalyan's inputs over the last 5 years or 7 years.
Right.
So therefore, there is that element where he has to take into consideration.
Right.
Every step of it is watched, that he is treating these people okay. Otherwise, there will be social divisions faster than anything else. So he's very careful. I just heard some people say even the size of the chair, he notes, he's taking all these precautions. And definitely he's a seasoned man, 45 years experience. So he will try to avoid the glitches and problems which had come in earlier tenures. And, he knows there was a very bitter defeat the last time. He ended up in the same way as Jagan Mohan Reddy. He has come back. This is a revival he never expected. And therefore, there will be lots of safe, I will believe he will be very safe in his performance, attitude for the moment.
Right. So it's a star-studded event there. Chiranjeevi, of course, superstars of the south of India. Of course, Rajnikant is also there, present with his wife, Lata Rajnikant. We can see Chiranjeevi there. Sarath Kumar, another ally of the NDA, whose wife, Radhika Sarath Kumar, fought from Birudunagar, also walked in. That is Nara Lokesh, also expected to take oath today. The son of Chandrababu Naidu and also the General Secretary of the party, Pawan Kalyan's brother, Chiranjeevi, is also present. And it must be a poignant moment for him because he started politics there with Praja Rajyam Party, and today Pawan Kalyan could be taking oath. That is a big moment for the family. Sajjan Kumar, couple of things that Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has been saying in the last few days have been very surprising when he says that he's going to be accessible, he's going to completely focus on political governance, not on bureaucracy. He's going to focus on also party and organization building. And yesterday he said that there's no room for demolitions and also vindictive politics. So clearly, with the kind of numbers that TDP saw both in parliamentary and assembly elections, one would have expected probably a different tone, but this is confidence with caution, isn't it?
Exactly, confidence with caution. And the background is simple that this time the revival of TDP and the historic mandate they have got is a result of coming together of the leadership from various sections, and certainly Pawan Kalyan being one who helped stitch the NDA alliance, bringing BJP, TDP and Janasena together. Second, it also led to that sort of a mandate would not have been possible had Pawan Kalyan not ensured that besides Kammas, other social groups who, particularly the agrarian communities like Kapus, who are the largest constituent in terms of the single caste group, they also come together. And then the kind of mandate also shows that even among the core constituency of the YSR Congress, Reddys, there also the party has a very good track record. So the mandate itself is a reflection of a very inclusive social constituency cutting across the region, caste, communities. And that is why the background from which Chandrababu Naidu, just 6 months back from being incarcerated, bouncing back as a chief minister, is a result of that sort of a very inclusive, very kind of a coalescence of a multiple caste, community, regions, aspirations. So that is why you see the change of the tone. So it's a reflection of the kind of the mandate that has made it possible for Naidu. And also he is very much conscious that when he lost mandate way back in 2004 to YSR Reddy to Congress, that time one of the criticism was that he was too much into technocratic mode of a governance, which alienated his own party, and something that also was a critical point in 2019 when he lost the mandate. So that is why I think while his pro-reform, technocratic aspect will be there, but he is very much conscious, dusted and beaten by the experience, that he is going to be accessible. Yeah.
Right. So Chandrababu Naidu all set to take oath for the 4th time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in a few minutes from now. Several guests there, including NDA allies Eknath Shinde, Praful Patel, Chirag Paswan, and several others. Uma, to you now, there is a sense of speculation that Mr. Naidu could have adopted a formula to ensure that NDA partners also get their due share in the cabinet, because we did see what happened with respect to the national politics also, and there is a certain understanding that a minister for each 7 MLAs one could have been chosen. Of course, we also see Satyakumar there, and also explain to us what kind of political arrangement needs to be done with respect to balancing the Kamma, Kapu, Reddy, SC/ST factor in Andhra Pradesh. Do you think TDP would have been very careful to ensure that happens?
First of all, Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 is going to be quite different from the earlier 3 phases of Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister, because like we have been discussing, Chandrababu Naidu has got a mandate of 94% of the people who have voted, and Andhra Pradesh, as you know, actually was the state that polled maximum number of votes in this particular election. 82% polling was really a very, very high percentage. And yes, he has taken care of the caste and region equations as well. Interestingly, Ramesh Garu, you were just pointing out that Rayalaseema in fact has got a very good representation, because if Rayalaseema was considered a place where the YSRCP or even the Congress in earlier times was strong, now the TDP has been delivered that mandate.
Yeah, because it has been the bastion for Congress earlier, and now YSRCP. I think even Jagan was shocked actually.
Yes.
Looking at the results from Rayalaseema. And Chandrababu Naidu wanted to acknowledge that fact that Rayalaseema gave so many MLAs to the alliance. That's why they got a lion's share this time. That is 3 from each district, from 2 districts. Whereas the other districts got only 1 each, including, I think, Chittor, his native district. Anyway, this is...
The caste is also something that's been taken care of, because we were talking about this as an election where Reddys are on one side and Kama and Kapu on the other side, we say.
But Reddys got 3.
They got 3 ministers. You cannot ignore Reddys in Andhra Pradesh, isn't it?
They are politically very strong. I mean, only Jagan Mohan Reddy made that mistake by inducting only 1 minister from Kama community.
They are also a powerful community. 5 Kamas now represented. There are 4 Kapus in this ministry. You also have about 6 or 7 from the backward class community. And yes, you have representation from the SC, Mala and Madiga. There's an ST as well. 3 women have been represented. 1 minority community person.
Because there is nobody in the central cabinet. That's one thing. And secondly, during the last Chandrababu Naidu cabinet, he did not have a minister from Muslim community. So this time I think he took care of that.
So that's a very conscious decision, I think, because Chandrababu Naidu has, through the election campaign, also said on this issue, I'm going to be different from the centre. And I think both these leadership of the BJP at the centre and the TDP leadership in Andhra Pradesh are going to do their separate things on the minority issue, because they have realized that this is what we are going to do with regard to minorities.
The fact that Lokesh made a statement saying that reservations for Muslims or minorities will stay in Andhra Pradesh, and nobody from
sorry to interrupt
BJP
you, Uma. You know, those visuals are saying that, you know, Mr. Naidu has reached, and of course that's the Prime Minister who's reached there, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister. This is... all the NDA allies, or almost all NDA allies, are present at Chandrababu Naidu's oath-taking ceremony. He's going to be sworn in a few minutes from now as, for the 4th time, as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. That's the Governor of Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister has just arrived there. In fact, the BJP was represented by Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and JP Nadda, who arrived...
For the national anthem. Kindly, I request you all, kindly please rise for the national anthem.
Please rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much, sir.
So that is the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. He's all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. And in the last few days, he has often talked about how there is no room for vindictive politics. TDP, of course, plays a very important role in national politics also. TDP is the most important constituent of the NDA alliance that is led by Narendra Modi, 16 MPs. In fact, TDP will also have the cabinet portfolio for aviation and also MOS for rural development and commerce. Chandrababu Naidu all set to take oath as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in a short while from now for the 4th term. In fact, the BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP President JP Nadda, who arrived last night. They were received by Nara Lokesh, the General Secretary of the party, and that is the Prime Minister now arriving. He had, in fact, said that he would be taking part in Mr. Naidu's oath-taking ceremony. BJP and TDP and Janasena fought the elections together, and in fact, they won 16 seats in the parliamentary elections and also swept the assembly polls. Please, let's listen in.
నేను నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు అనే నేను శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన భారత రాజ్యాంగం పట్ల నిజమైన విశ్వాసం విధేయత చూపుతానని భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమాధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతను కాపాడుతానని ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతఃకరణ శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు గాని లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలను అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను. నేను నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు అనే నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియపరచనని లేదా వెల్లడించని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
Out of power. So Chandrababu Naidu's mandate that he has received this time round is certainly a little different, he himself has said, from any other mandate he has received ever. He has called this an historic mandate because of the kind of numbers that have come in. He has spoken about migrant labor spending their own money and coming to vote for him, and he says people from across the continents, whether Australia or America and the Gulf countries, all of them have come in and to vote for him. And he says in fact that that's why Pawan Kalyan, of course, going to be taking oath next. The list that is given, the pecking order is very, very clear, with Chandrababu Naidu, of course, sworn in as the Chief Minister, and then his team, top of which the list is Pawan Kalyan, Konidala Pawan Kalyan, someone who has been an actor, someone who has been an aspiring politician for a long time and then jumped into politics. 2014, when he did support the NDA, he had not participated in the elections directly, but he did ensure, or he did help the NDA at that time also to win. And now taking oath as top of the team of Chandrababu Naidu. Naidu has been very, very careful about the optics, about ensuring that they come across as equals.
Konidala Pawan Kalyan ane nenu శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన భారత రాజ్యాంగం పట్ల నిజమైన విశ్వాసం విధేయత చూపుతానని భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమాధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతని కాపాడుతానని ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతఃకరణ శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు గాని లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలని అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను. నేను కొణిదెల పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ అనే నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకి తెలియపరచనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
Yes. So Pawan Kalyan has taken his oath, and we are now talking about how important this mandate is. The next on the list, in fact, is going to be Nara Lokesh, is what I reckon. That's the list that's been provided to the governor, and the Chief Secretary Neerav Kumar Prasad is in fact reading out the names one by one. And Nara Lokesh, are you thinking, Ramesh Garu, that Nara Lokesh, the baton could actually be passed on to Nara Lokesh in this term of Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister at a time when he has received such a huge mandate, and he has also proved himself through that Padayatra that he did. He walked over 3,132 kilometers in this.
I don't think during this term Lokesh is going to take the baton from Chandrababu Naidu. It's also doubtful whether Chandrababu Naidu himself would be willing to do that. Because Chandrababu Naidu cannot live without politics, so long as he is active. So I don't think this time he is going to really...
విధేయత చూపుతానని, భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమ అధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతను కాపాడుతానని, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతర్గత శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని, భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు కానీ లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలు అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను. నేను నారా లోకేష్ అనే నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియజేయనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
So Nara Lokesh now taking oath, and the order in which the oath is being taken is a reality of Andhra Pradesh now, isn't it, Mr. Ramesh? That after Chandrababu Naidu, even though Nara Lokesh is second in command in Telugu Desam, that is all indication after the kind of a Padayatra that he did, that kind of established him as a leader on his own, not just someone who has come out of his father's shadow now and emerged as a leader on his own, but Konidala Pawan Kalyan is the one second on the list, and he's going to be Deputy Chief Minister.
Yeah, during 2014 and 19, Lokesh was unofficially the second in command. He was not officially, but unofficially he was the second in command. And this time, he was thought to be, officially he would be second in command. But things have changed. So Pawan Kalyan's name is on the top of the list, which means he is going to have a big say in the government after Chandrababu Naidu, that is. So it will be very...
and say that Kinchirapu Achan Naidu is someone who is actually the brother of Yeram Naidu and someone who is the uncle of Ram Mohan Naidu, and therefore two people from the family, should I say, one getting a union cabinet post and another becoming minister in Chandrababu Naidu's cabinet. Please go ahead.
Achan Naidu is also the president of Andhra Pradesh TDP. Because TDP wanted to give that message. Achan Naidu is a BC from North Andhra, and his family has been there with TDP for a long time. So his family got two prime posts. His name figures third in the list. That shows how important this man is. And Ram Mohan Naidu, as everybody knows, at the age of 36, he got cabinet rank. Probably the first ever cabinet rank minister at 36.
One thing I must point out here, while he got civil aviation, which is a high-profile, glamorous ministry, but it is not a very substantive ministry in that sense. So, But do you read in it also a power equation there, that if some of the power rises in Delhi, it may be difficult for Chandrababu Naidu within the TDP pack?
Uma, I don't think it was Chandrababu Naidu's choice. It was purely BJP choice. I think BJP allocated the portfolios, and to my knowledge, Chandrababu Naidu did not insist on portfolios. Secondly, the civil aviation ministry is also important for Andhra, especially because Bhogapuram International Airport, which is a prestigious thing for Andhra, will have to come up. It got stalled during Jagan's government. It was actually inaugurated, foundation stone was laid during Chandrababu Naidu's time, between 2014-19. But unfortunately, things did not move very fast during Jagan's regime. Now, because Ram Mohan Naidu is the civil aviation minister, things might move a little faster. And very interestingly, last time it was Ashok Gajpatraju who was civil aviation minister.
And that time, unfortunately, Hudhud had struck, but his being civil aviation minister perhaps helped in the airport being reconstructed at the earliest. Vasudha, this order of the ministers in which after Kollu Ravindra we have Narendra Manohar, who is the second in command in the Janasena party. But there is also history to Narendra Manohar, which I must touch upon here, because Narendra Manohar is the son of Narendra Bhaskar, and someone who was, should I say, in the TDP history infamous in 1984.
But Narendra Manohar has been in Congress party for a long time. He left Congress party in 2014 after the bifurcation and joined Janasena. He has been, I think, very loyal to the party, and Pawan Kalyan actually bestows a lot of faith and confidence in Narendra Manohar. A lot of people within Janasena actually oppose him because he belongs to Kama community. I
just wanted to bring out the irony of it, that Narendra Bhaskar was someone who had tried to overthrow Mr. NTR, and at that time Chandrababu Naidu had come in and almost like a savior for NTR in 1984. Back to you, Vasudha.
That's very interesting, N. Manoharan, the point person that we all, think for Mr. Pawan Kalyan, of course, is going to play a very critical role in the TDP cabinet. Thank you, Uma. Please stay with us. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, other NDA leaders, also Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, BJP President, all present at the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. We can see Eknath Shinde, Praful Patel, Anupriya Patel, of course, Chirag Paswan, several people present at the oath-taking ceremony. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. This is the fourth time he has been sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, also seen as a kingmaker in the NDA alliance. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's also tracking this event from the ground. Aishwarya, tell us, what is the mood like and what can we expect even as ministers continue to take oath? What kind of formula has Chandrababu Naidu used to put in place his cabinet?
Well, celebrations all the way as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Soon after Chandrababu Naidu was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time, firecrackers being busted outside the venue as far as the oath-taking is concerned. Now, let me show you these visuals. We are outside because there are heavy jammers. Prime Minister's presence is at the swearing-in ceremony, but still people are walking towards the venue, and this is almost a kilometer away where we are reporting from because of the network issues, but certainly still people are lined up to go to have just one glimpse of their leader, of Chandrababu Naidu and other dignitaries who are present there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also had arrived some time back over here. As far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned, he will directly go to Bhubaneshwar from here on. But certainly top leaders of the NDA also there, including the stars from Bollywood and Tollywood, Rajinikanth to Chiranjeevi to Allu Arjun to Balakrishna. All are there present. Remember, there are also councillors from different countries who had been specially invited for this oath-taking ceremony. But as we saw yesterday, as soon as Home Minister Amit Shah and Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda arrived in Vijayawada, he, along with Mr. Shah directly went to Chandrababu Naidu's residence. There they had almost 40 minutes of that meeting, and soon after that the Andhra Pradesh cabinet was finalized. Now it is very clear that 24 of the MLAs are taking oath as the ministers of the Chandrababu Naidu cabinet, and it has a mix of combination as far as the youth presence in the cabinet is concerned, the experience is concerned, women, backward, everybody. But certainly, this is a message that Chandrababu Naidu wanted to send out, that they are with the NDA, and 100%, the cooperation with the centre is something that will be required for next 5 years, and that's being showcased in a mega swearing-in ceremony today as well.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Let me go across to Pulla Rao now. Sir, Pawan Kalyan took oath. He was the second person to take oath. So clearly, he is going to play a very important role there. He is the brother of Chiranjeevi. Chiranjeevi started the Praja Rajyam party. I still remember this whole 5 rupees thing, which for that, I mean, at that time, it just seemed like the first initiative to crowdsource for a political party. But of course, Pawan Kalyan has seen electoral success this time, despite trying very hard last few times. Tell us, how do you see the rise and the stature of rise in the stature of Pawan Kalyan and the kind of role that he's likely to play? Because when Mr. Naidu was arrested, like my colleague Uma was also pointing out, it was Mr. Pawan Kalyan who gave a lot of hope to Mr. Naidu.
You say Pawan Kalyan did help his brother in a very big way in 2008 when he formed that Praja Rajyam. Praja Rajyam did well, but they lost, the triangular fight first time. Instead of carrying on like Pawan Kalyan, Chiranjeevi merged his party with the Congress and became a minister, and that was over. Then when Pawan Kalyan resumed his activities on his own in 2014, there was a lot of credibility gap, whether he'll also wind up his party, this, that. But without contesting any seats in 2014, he supported the BJP and Chandrababu Naidu, helped them come to power. Jagan was quite powerful even then. Jagan was very competitive, even in that election, 2014. 2019, Pawan Kalyan then said he will contest on his own because he did not get along with Chandrababu Naidu. There were many, many issues. He was short to go in here. He contested on his own. He secured 5-6% votes, lost most of them, all the seats, and including himself. But he persisted. And unfortunately for Jagan, instead of dividing his opponents, he attacked all his opponents at the same time, and they all united. That's a very strange thing which Jagan brought about. He united his enemies. And Pawan Kalyan, Chandrababu Naidu started working together, and BJP came along. There's the rest of this history. What happened was, he had a multiplier effect on the election. Multiplier effect. And he gave a lot of courage. His cadres were everywhere. And let me tell you, he gets crowds without paying for it. Everybody knows that. He gets crowds. He's got a huge following. He could withstand all the pressures of the government and became a source of great energy, stability, and if I may say so, he was the fighting force of the opposition.
Well, that's a very important point. Let me go across to Sajjan Kumar. Thank you so much, Sajjan, for waiting so patiently. Chandrababu Naidu, in some ways, was seen as the first tech-savvy chief minister of any state. He was fondly called the CEO of Andhra Pradesh. He was seen as pro-industry, pro-investments, pro-corporate. He was also seen as empowering wealth creators. But now, Andhra is a welfare state known for Jagan's model of welfare schemes. How do you see that shift happening, and also his own politics, of multiple flip-flops, as somebody who took over the party after his father-in-law, somebody who's been with the BJP, also with the opposition, leaving the party, leaving the NDA fold in 2019 over not so very cordial terms. So how do you see that politics and, of course, his governance vision shaping in the upcoming cabinet?
నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని
Sajjan, you're on mute.
లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియపరచనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని.
One should not see a contradiction or a binary between a technocratic vision and a very socially inclusive vision, because that was the decade of 1990s when India has opened it, and then Chandrababu Naidu, of course, created the Hyderabad as a Cyberabad sort of a thing. And that became a kind of a template for the kind of e-governance model that's something one witnessed. But then also came the critical aspect of that it's not inclusive. And then we see in 2000, I mean, every party has created a fine balance. So all the populist policy, welfare schemes that you see, even at the national level, you see every party has to continue something that is there. But side by side, you also have to go for some sort of a pro-reform vision wherein you create infrastructure, you create some sort of a more kind of a governance which is more kind of coordinated. So that way, you find Chandrababu Naidu or Narendra Modi, they all have the same template wherein they have to ensure a kind of a very reformist development wherein from the agrarian, the non-agrarian shift has to be created to include more people into the mode of economy and finance. But side by side, you also have to give a cushion. You cannot leave the bottom of the pyramid at their own fate. That market cannot percolate. So that is why Jagan has lost the electoral arithmetic, but still he is sitting at 39.5, nearly 40% of the vote percentage. And many of his populist schemes were popular among the women, etc. But he lost because the opposition vote came together. So that is why it has to be a kind of, because Amravati will require a lot of infrastructural investment and that will catapult the health. So it has to be a fine balance. So something you see at Andhra and Center will remain the same.
Thank you, Sachin. Just hold on to that thought of yours, and we will come back to you after the break. Also, Mr. Pullarao, please stay with us. Time for a short break. We are continuing to track this very important story of oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu for the fourth time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Time for a short break. We'll be back in a minute.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister. Fourth term for Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Jansena Chief Pawan Kalyan is also part of the Naidu cabinet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, senior leaders of NDA celebrities are attending this grand swearing-in. So, water crisis in Delhi. Supreme Court staff questions to Delhi government. The top court has asked, what have you done against tanker mafia? NDTV meanwhile brings you a ground report from the key source of water for Delhi. In the Jammu Kashmir encounter, a CRPF Jawan has been killed in Kathua terror attack. One terrorist has also been killed in this encounter. 3 days, 3 terror incidents in Jammu and Kashmir. Former Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, has been accused of using cops to tap phones. 4 senior police officials have been named in this charge sheet. No BRS leader named in first charge sheet. The police, in fact, have accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. World Bank releases report on global economy. India to remain fastest growing major economy. World Bank raises India's growth forecast to 6.6%. It's a big day for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Mega swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu is taking place at Gannavaram, and this is the 4th time that Chandrababu Naidu is taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, known as the first CEO of Andhra Pradesh and also someone who was pro-industry and pro-corporate. This ceremony of oath-taking of Chandrababu Naidu saw the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, there was a warm hug between the two leaders. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu and the TDP also play a very important role in the NDA alliance at the centre with 16 MPs. In fact, they also hold the cabinet portfolio of aviation and also an MOS position. Pawan Kalyan was sworn in as after Mr. Naidu, and of course Nara Lokesh, the General Secretary of the party, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, also was sworn in as part of the cabinet. We'll be getting you all the details along with my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's tracking this event for us. To you, Uma, tell us about the significance of this, of all the people who took oath today, and also tell us the way ministers have been chosen. What are the kind of caste considerations have been taken for this cabinet, for this council of ministers to take shape?
So Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 is off to a start with Mr. Naidu taking oath as Chief Minister and all his team members also being sworn in now one by one. And yes, we have already seen Konidala Pawan Kalyan being the second to be sworn in. Very clearly, the pecking order in the new government, in the new NDA government, is going to be Chandrababu Naidu, then Konidala Pawan Kalyan, and then Nara Lokesh. And it does appear that if Naidu had any plans of handing over the baton to his son, it may not happen in a hurry and it will take some time. Yes, the balance of regions has been taken care of very well. The Rayalaseema region getting representation, good representation, because that's an an area that the Telugu Desam and the NDA did not hope to get as many seats as they have actually managed to do as well, and the caste considerations as well taken care of. And as Mr. Ramesh was also pointing out, a minority member, Mr. Mohammad Farooq, also being given a place in the cabinet itself. Yes, 3 women have been sworn in as well, and yes, we saw the lone BJP man in the cabinet who is going to be Satya Kumar Yadav, someone who's been a BJP loyalist for a very long time, and someone who's worked with Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, and someone who has also been attacking Jagan Mohan Reddy quite vociferously over the last few years of Jagan Mohan Reddy's rule, I think. So that role of his has fetched him birth in the Chandrababu Naidu cabinet. And of course, the big agenda for Chandrababu Naidu, as he himself has said, he has got a historic mandate, and therefore he treats this as a huge responsibility, and he's going to do it along with his team. Pawan Kalyan has not made any demands, and if you thought that the opponent space is free and Pawan Kalyan and Janasena do want to grow in this, how are those equations going to work out? Mr. Ramesh, how is that equation going to work out? Because Nara Lokesh is very clearly now being pitched as number 2. In fact, somebody as senior as Kesneni Srinivas, former Vijayawada MP who jumped to the YSRCP, said the reason he did that was because he did not want to be taking orders from Nara Lokesh. And now it's very clear after his Padayatra and the kind of mandate that they have had that he's number 2 in the TDP, all right, but politically Pawan Kalyan takes a bigger stature.
Yes, Uma, that is going to be a big challenge for Lokesh. After the Padayatra, Lokesh was seen as having come of age, actually. But for him, unfortunately, now Pawan Kalyan came into the equation. So he cannot be seen as number 2 in the government, as of now, at least. Pawan Kalyan will be the number 2. So that way, I think Chandrababu Naidu will have to keep all these sensitivities.
And Naidu has been very careful about
He has been
giving
very careful till now. I think I have a feeling that he's going to continue with that for sure. Because now, even for Pawan Kalyan, you said that he has not made any demands as such. I think I know the reason. The reason is this, that both Chandrababu Naidu as well as Pawan Kalyan, they are now concerned about the promises that they have made. State is in a very bad financial position, and they have promised quite a lot of things, more than what Jagan did in the last 5 years. So how are they going to fulfill all these promises? That is going to be a big challenge. I think they are more worried about that than about positions and
also
other.
the mandate that the people have given Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan, rather the NDA. Of course, the BJP, we can very safely say, was able to win 8 seats because of the push that TDP and Janasena gave. But Amravati, that's the big one, isn't it? Chandrababu Naidu inaugurated it, Prime Minister Modi was there, but at that time the criticism was that the central government did not do enough. At that time we spoke about 50,000 crore rupees as the budget. Is that really a possibility for a state now which is revenue deficit? And you also have, he has big expectations from the center, but like you said, other than Amravati, also there are several other demands on like welfare that he has promised almost as much as Jagan Mohan Reddy.
There are 2 positive developments here for Amravati. One is, last time even Pawan Kalyan joined the forces that were criticizing Amravati. So now Chandrababu Naidu has got and Amravati has got Pawan Kalyan on their side.
And Amit Shah and the central government too.
The second one is that. Second one is that central government is also with them. So that way I think Amravati is going to really grow in the coming months and years. Another important point here is that Amravati actually doesn't need so much of money. People say that it requires 50,000 crore. That was the last GO that the Chandrababu Naidu government gave in 2019, that it requires 50,000 crore over a period of 5 years actually. Now most of this money will be generated through private investment. So government doesn't need to spend a lot of money on Amravati as such. So Amravati is going to grow for sure, but because they have plans as to how to attract.
The mandate also becomes very important to give confidence to investors, isn't it? For them to come in.
That's a very, very important thing, because actually investors lost confidence in Andhra Pradesh in general and Amravati in particular. And as you know, last time the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Singapore people, everybody left high and dry. Actually, because Jagan was treating them very badly. So it would have been very difficult.
Not honouring the contracts that the state had made.
Actually, I think AP as well as India got a very bad name on the international stage because of Amaravati, what Jagan Mohan Reddy did for Amaravati. But now I think because of the huge mandate that this alliance got, that Chandrababu Naidu will be able to attract investors. And here I must point out, I read in the news, and I think I saw also on the TV now, that the Korean Consul General also attended this function, which is very important, which means that the foreign governments, especially Korea as well as Japan and Singapore, who were willing to help Amaravati during the last term, I think they are going to come forward this time also. I mean, that's my reading now.
That will be good news for the people of Andhra Pradesh, who are certainly hoping, and have actually been feeling emotionally very hurt that 10 years after the state has been formed, they still don't have a capital. That's something that they worry about. But how much can the central government leverage be in terms of, because the portfolios wise, we can't say it was a heavyweight portfolio that they have got. Pemasani Chandrasekhar, of course, has is MOS in agriculture, and he's also with communications. And Ram Mohan Naidu has been given civil aviation. Like we were discussing earlier, Andhra Pradesh does need to build for itself good airports as well. The Vijayawada airport itself needs a huge upgrade. If the kind of a brand that Hyderabad has got is also because of the kind of an airport that it does have.
Yes. See, the fact that Chandrababu Naidu did not insist on portfolios and the number of ministries in the central government was because I think he wanted more money, more funds from the central government. I think he preferred funds and money to portfolios and ministries. So I think this time the central government is going to be a bit more liberal compared to what they did between 2014 and 19.
Just one more comment on the NDA government, that Chandrababu Naidu did not make any demands, but sources did tell us that they would like the speaker's post. There has been talk that possibly Purandeshwari could be given that speaker's post possibly, and will that be something that Chandrababu Naidu would like?
I don't think Chandrababu Naidu will have a role in that, and there is nothing for him to like or dislike in that.
There's a power equation within the family, isn't it?
Yeah, but see, they were actually not friends for a long time. Purandeshwari and her husband, the Govt Venkateshwar Rao, and Chandrababu Naidu family. Now recently, because of BJP, they came together. Now it seems they have reconciled. There is some kind of reconciliation between the two. But still, I think each one of them would be wary of the other. So I don't think Chandrababu Naidu will have any role in BJP deciding the speaker's post. They probably want speaker's post for themselves, but I don't think BJP is going to give that. That's for sure. Some people have been saying that deputy speaker's post might be given to TDP. That's one possibility.
Mr. Pullarao, do you see this as smooth sailing, because Chandrababu Naidu will not want to, shake the apple cart at this point in time? He needs the central government as much as the central government needs him in terms of support financially and otherwise, because like we were discussing, huge mandate and huge responsibilities and expectations from the people of Andhra Pradesh, who were in fact for the last few years feeling very marginalized in the national narrative.
One thing, Chandrababu Naidu will be very careful not to make any demands. Because, you must go back past history. He left Modi suddenly in 2018. All that history is there. He doesn't want those memories to come back. He has opened a new chapter, and he won along with the support of Pawan Kalyan. And Pawan Kalyan is a Modi strong man. Things may change in the future. Secondly, I just ask you, Umaji, is there somebody of stature in those parliament MPs from Andhra to be a speaker between you and me? This is not a post to be bestowed for charity. Somebody has to command the house. Somebody has to know the law. People are saying even Om Birla might not get a second term. after having been there 5 years, done well. So all those factors go into there. And I don't think Chandrababu Naidu wants to be loaded with the suspicion.
It has happened in the past, Mr. Pullarao, when GMC Balayogi did become the speaker from the Telugu Desam side. But what more interesting perhaps may be the fact that in Andhra Pradesh now there is an opposition space that will become more and more open. Do you see that space as something that Pawan Kalyan would want to come and occupy? Of course, BJP also would be looking as a party to grow in that space. It's now a happy coalition of the NDA, but there is an opposition space which they would want to come and occupy.
No, opposition space is not there that much. You know, Jagan is still there. He's still there. He got a good percentage of vote. We have to see how he comes back. He has no option but to come back if he wants to be in politics, and I'm sure he will come back. He's not going to give up. He has faced more adversity. He has been in jail, all of that. I suspect after a few months, he'll be very active again. Having said that, what you say is very relevant. Pawan Kalyan contested only 21 seats. He left the other 154. He cannot grow there now if he remains in the coalition. That is a law. You know, BSP is to contest all the 424 seats in Uttar Pradesh to grow and stabilize. Where can Pawan Kalyan go now? If he wants to expand beyond 21 seats, he has to leave the coalition. Chandrababu Naidu is aware of that. He would not like him to leave. It will be a comfortable coalition. But yes, if Pawan doesn't grow, then he will dissipate. You know, he's got followers all over the state. They'll have no growth potential. Where do they go? You know how power politics works. Where there are TDP MLAs, they won't allow these people to grow, won't give them seats, etc. So it is a very, I agree. Chandrababu Naidu is a master of politics and a master of compromise. He can work out. I agree with all of that. And he will take a very matured stance that he would want the social coalition, social alliance to continue in the interest of his party also, and keeping an eye on Jagan and his future possibilities. So right now, Pawan Kalyan wants to grow, but if he grows, it will have to be in consonance, in agreement with TDP. Otherwise, of course, there's a lot of possibilities in the future. You have to wait out a few months to see how this is going to work out.
I like the fact, Mr. Pullarao, that you often use social forces instead of caste and communities. I think it's a terminology that all of us should consider.
I want
because
to be polite.
It is so holistic, and it really covers a lot of things that we probably, and even Sajjan could just tell me a little bit. I mean, also look at the optics of this, Sajjan, because, you know, look at Pawan Kalyan. You know, day before yesterday, I think on Friday, the Prime Minister said that Pawan nahi aandi hai, and there was, you know, in that NDA meeting, I was present in the, you know, in the Central Hall of the Parliament, and there was this showering of praises on Narendra Modi, and of course Narendra Modi doing the same to both Pawan Kalyan and of course you know, Chandrababu Naidu, and it was some sense of Telugu Atma Gavravam, you know, flashing at all, you know, in all its strength. So tell us, how do you see the optics of this? Because this and the presence of Venkaiah Naidu, so clearly there seems to be more emphasis on allies now, instead of BJP saying that we will do it all by ourselves in the south of India because we don't need anybody. Probably there is also some reality check that the BJP has from its own performance in the south of India, and it is probably thinking that it's for the best that it goes with allies this time.
Yeah, there is a very cluttered and differentiated strategy for every state in South for BJP. But Andhra is one state which, you know, keeping Congress for a Congress slight rise in 2024 verdict. Andhra is their Waterloo moment. If you check the voting numbers, I mean, literally on most of the seat, Congress vote is competing with the Nota vote. So that sort of a Andhra provides you that kind of a grand failure of the Congress, even revive or at least hint some sort of a revival. This is one. Two, also remember that already in South and particularly in Andhra, politics is entering into a new generational leadership foray. So you have Nara Lokesh, who is waiting after, and that's one of the concerns, because vis-a-vis Chandrababu Naidu, Pawan Kalyan yet maybe at par or still has a lot of to catch. But when Nara Lokesh comes and you have Pawan Kalyan and you have Jagan Reddy. So if you see the framing of Andhra politics in that frame of leadership, certainly things are not that easy for Chandrababu Naidu despite such a mammoth victory. And that is why he would be more focused on the state rather than trying to kind of encash more bargain at the national level.
Right. Uma, I would like to ask you this. Is there also some sense of generational shift or balancing between old and young leaders? Because both the ministers at the centre, be it Pemasani Chandrasekhar Rao or Mohan Naidu, are relatively young. And, you know, the first two people who took oath after Mr. Naidu, Pawan Kalyan and also Nara Lokesh, are also younger compared to, you know, a lot of senior politicians that we see. How is TDP trying to balance that out?
In fact, the new cabinet of Chandrababu Naidu has quite a few new faces, and many of them are in fact in their 30s and 40s, which I would reckon is a very good age for them to come up with new ideas and work with the kind of enthusiasm. There's a kind of an ennui that sets in when you've been minister once, twice, thrice, and there's a set pattern with which you work. Perhaps this innovation is what Chandrababu Naidu is looking for when he selected this young blood to be able to deliver on the promises that the people of Andhra Pradesh have voted, you know, because there are huge expectations, and that is something that would certainly be weighing on the mind of Chandrababu Naidu, because the financials is one thing, and the challenges of creating that kind of a capital while keeping the regional balances in place. Remember, when he made that speech yesterday, he also spoke about not wanting to disappoint the people of Visakhapatnam. He spoke about Visakhapatnam is going to be the financial capital for Andhra Pradesh as well, and he has taken care of Rayalaseema too. That is where, you know, you say the coastal belt is where the Telugu Desam is strong, and the Rayalaseema belt is where traditionally it was understood as the Congress and subsequently the YSRCP that was considered as a strong party, and now his representation has been in such a manner that he takes care of all these aspirations and perhaps being able to deliver as well.
Right. Also, Uma, tell us a little bit about the family of Chandrababu Naidu, because, you know, when he was in jail, we did see his wife Bhubaneshwar playing an important role. The wife of Nara Lokesh, Brahmani, is seen in visuals here with a young son. And of course, you know, this whole rift, so-called rift between Purandeshwari and Chandrababu Naidu, and of course the co-brothers. So tell us, how does the family politics sort of, how do we understand that? Because suddenly the family has also become quite visible with Nara Lokesh assuming an important post in the government.
So Bhubaneshwari has actually stayed away from politics all these years. She never came in the limelight. She never spoke out. Even when we would be doing 24 hours with the Chief Minister, she would not really want to be in the frame. She preferred keeping a low profile. But when Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was jailed, she decided to take that mantle of responsibility. There were not too many leaders standing by Naidu, should I say, in that sense, tall leaders. There was a Nara Lokesh, but beyond that, what? And Bhubaneshwari actually did that role very well. She had a kind of a movement that she did across the state, appealing to the people and showing really in many senses that she is indeed NTR's daughter, being able to make the connect with the people. And though even now Brahmani and Bhubaneshwari both have stayed away from active politics, they have not participated in the elections, but they now have a political profile, certainly. But much more interesting is what you mentioned, because Telugu Desam was associated with Nandamuri Taraka Ramarao, the man whose whose book Mr. Ramesh has written, and that family and Chandrababu Naidu, in a sense, that competition has always been there. And I would reckon that the BJP also tried to reach out in a sense to a junior NTR to become perhaps a face for the party for them. And the Telugu Desam has moved away from that Nandamuri family and become more of the Nara family. I would like you to comment, because you have known this family very well. Yeah. And in many senses, you mentioned earlier, you touched upon Purandeshwari and Dagubati being kept away. The other big challenge in Generation Next was actually a junior NTR for staking claim to the Telugu Desam.
Right now, junior NTR, I think, has been isolated. But one thing we should, I think, understand is that there are too many people from Chandrababu Naidu family in politics right now, in his own party. In fact, even the coalition is a coalition of the family. The BJP president is Purandeshwari in Andhra Pradesh and Chandrababu Naidu here.
Not
Chandrababu Naidu,
the fact
his
that
son,
Lokesh is married to his brother-in-law, Balakrishna,
who is an MLA from Hindupur. And Balakrishna's another son-in-law is an MP from Visakhapatnam. That is the who runs Geetam institutions. So see how many people are there. I don't know how, I mean, BJP also must be feeling very embarrassed to talk about it. But there are at least half a dozen people from within the family who are holding various positions in the party, and now in the government they would be, because as MLAs or as ministers or as MPs. That's one problem. As for Junior NTR, I don't think he will have any chance in the near future to enter politics. I think he will take his own time. He's biding his time is what I feel. And right now the focus is on Nara and Nandamuri families. And he is out of the equation right now, Junior NTR. There was some news item yesterday saying that he was also invited for the swearing in. I'm not sure about it. But I don't think he forms part of the family as of now.
He, Junior NTR, as we know him, is also the son of Hari Krishna, who supported Chandrababu Naidu.
Who was also an MP.
Who was also an MP at that time and supported Chandrababu Naidu at the time of the coup that happened in August 1995. And so, you know, the family of N.T. Ramarao, many of his sons were on Chandrababu Naidu's time, and that coup was supposed to be against Lakshmi Parvati. And subsequently, of course, there has been, you know, they're going their separate ways, should I say.
And Lakshmi Parvati is another person from the Nandamuri family. Very
but
interestingly.
she's politically not relevant any longer, though she did go to the YSRCP.
That is true.
So the Nandamuri family per se has the Nandamuri Balakrishna, who is also father-in-law of Lokesh, and his daughter is Brahmani. And Nara Lokesh now will be prepared for that role, but as a politician who is still very much active on the political firmament, unlikely that the baton would be passed on to Nara Lokesh, at least not in this term. But certainly he has been prepped up for the role, and he has, you know, Chandrababu Naidu did mention that he won with a 80,000, 90,000 majority in Mangalagiri itself. So that was one way of establishing that he is someone who has some political weight now.
Well, let me go across to Pularao, sir. You had a point to make?
Yeah, I just think, you know, looking back, there's some essential style differences between Jagan and Chandrababu Naidu. When Jagan used to come to Delhi, he never told people what he was coming for, but back without meeting the press. So what he got, what he didn't get, nobody knew. I don't know whether Chandrababu Naidu will change his style. He would come to Delhi, I have asked for this, I have asked for that, and if he doesn't get it, you know, naturally there will be a lot of tension over there. You know, Jagan used to come. I think Uma will confirm what I say. He used to come, suddenly meet the Prime Minister, Finance Minister, or somebody, and go back and leave a note. So nobody knew whether he was disappointed. There was no room for creating any, you know, disruption. That earlier, I remember in 2014 to 18.
But Mr. Pularao, I must say that Jagannath Reddy did manage financial packages that perhaps Chandrababu Naidu did not manage at a time when the state was struggling for finances. So his equation with the Prime Minister was quite special. He kept it confidential, no doubt, but he did manage financial help, and it was quite successful trips that he managed to do. Interesting that it was just before the elections that Mr. Modi also decided to back a Chandrababu Naidu, who they spoke of as someone they don't trust too much, and there was a lot of suspicion and doubt. But just in that very short period of time, the NDA managed to bring its chemistry together and make this happen in Andhra Pradesh. One would have thought perhaps that there would be, there would be room for speculation about differences, but the optics has been very good. I mean, I'm saying whether it's Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu, given the difference in their seniority as well, they worked very well together in the run-up to these elections as well. They would have public meetings almost every 2 to 3 days in a week, and the chemistry on stage, off stage, no dirty linen washed in public ever, to show the cadre and the leadership down the line that we are working together, and if we have to make this happen, it has to happen together. And that's what they were very clear on. Their mandate was, we have to replace Jagannath Reddy, we have to get YSRCP
but
out of
rule. Pularao,
and
sir,
it was actually
while the alliance,
in many senses, that they all work together.
While the alliance did work out in February, even then I could hear a lot of people say that, the parliamentary alliance alliances could work the NDA way, but Jagan is still strong in the state. That was the rumor that was going around, and that is why probably the BJP also delayed the alliance formation. Sajan, would you agree that the Prime Minister, like Uma was also pointing out, the Prime Minister's possibly trust and confidence in someone like Jagan, who basically never defied him, agreeing to all his policy and political moves, that also possibly played a role in increasing this distance between TDP and BJP. But of course, politics matters, numbers matter, and they did eventually come together in the month of February. But Jagan was an ally of the Prime Minister of the BJP that they were very happy with. Not an ally in the formal sense, but somebody who subtly supported the government's move.
You see, Jagan had a wonderful relationship with the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Jagan also understood. He was very shrewd here. Don't go with a list, making open demands, sulk and go away. You say you want nothing. He always used to say he wants nothing. It's a courtesy call on the Prime Minister.
Yes.
At the end of it, the small list would come out, and as Uma has said, it would be done.
Okay.
And he endeared himself, I use this word, to Modi as a man who had no demands, though he had demands.
Okay.
You see, that's what I meant to say. The way you ask, the way you lobby is also important. And public lobbying never gets you anywhere. So that's what I meant to say.
Just a second, Pularao sir. The visuals are here. This is a photo op, the famous photo op. Nara Lokesh, then Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, sitting alongside Chandrababu Naidu, the governor, of course, the new Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, sworn in as the Chief Minister for the 4th time. There's also Abdul Nazar, the governor of Andhra Pradesh. There's Nara Lokesh, who's going to play an important role in the Naidu Council of Ministers, and of course, all the ministers there. And that's the Prime Minister's, that's Bhubaneshwari, the wife of Chandrababu Naidu, who played an important role coming out and campaigning against his arrest. The Prime Minister accompanied by Chandrababu Naidu even as he prepares to leave the venue. In fact, BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda, who arrived last night. BL Santosh, the National Organisation Secretary, was also present last night, and they had meetings with Chandrababu Naidu and several TDP leaders to finally draw the shape of the final Council of Ministers. There have been hectic negotiations, is what we've been told. Chandrababu Naidu also plays an important role in the central cabinet with two of his ministers, one with a cabinet portfolio of aviation, the other with rural and communications MOS. That's Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan with the Prime Minister there. And that's JP Nadda and the Home Minister. And of course, Venkaiah Naidu, who is seen to have played an important role in fostering TDP-BJP alliances in the past, is also present. Mr. Naidu also comes from the same community as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and is seen as someone who has had close ties with him. Prime Minister having a chat with Chandrababu Naidu. Earlier today, we also saw both of them exchanging warm hugs. And the optics of this event also shows that the coalition or the alliance between the parties is being built on a sense of reassurance and confidence. This is particularly after what happened in 2019 when Chandrababu Naidu walked out of the alliance over allegations that the BJP, the centre, was not ready to fulfill the special category status that was promised during the bifurcation of the state, something that was promised by the UPA government, something that the BJP had agreed with. That is Chiranjeevi, Narendra Modi and Pawan Kalyan. Chiranjeevi, the superstar of the south of India, also the elder brother of Pawan Kalyan. The Prime Minister sharing a moment with them, and that Allu Arjun is also there.
Superstar!
Amongst the allies present are NCP's Praful Patel, Eknath Shinde, the Shiv Sena Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And he's meeting Rajnikant, and of course Lata Rajnikant is also present with him, and that is...
రజనీకాంత్ గారితో ప్రత్యేకంగా మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నారు. ఇది ప్రేమ, ఇది అభిమానం, ఇది వాత్సల్యం.
Bandi Sanjay, former chief of BJP Telangana, OPS, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, also present. Nitin Gadkari, the minister for road transport, also present there, and Ramdas Athavale, the head of RPI, Republican Party of India, also cabinet minister now. Chirag Paswan, MOS, Anupriya Patel, MOS, also present. These are important allies of the BJP. Mohan Naidu, the new aviation minister, the youngest minister in the cabinet, 36-year-old, and CM Ramesh, the MP from Anakapalli, also BJP MP from Anakapalli, present there. The Prime Minister, in fact, addressed a huge rally during the elections in Anakapalli, and now the Prime Minister is having a word with the Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Abdul Nazar.
సొంత లాభం కొంత మానుకొని కాదు, అంతా మానుకొని రాష్ట్రం కోసం పరిశ్రమించేటువంటి పెద్దలందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఈ వేదికని వేడుకుంటున్న క్షణం అందరం గట్టిగా ఒకసారి చప్పట్లతోటి ఆయన వీడ్కోలులో కూడా పాల్గొందాం. మరోసారి పేరు పేరున అభిమానులకి, మిత్రులకి, పార్టీ నేతలకి, కార్యకర్తలకి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి పేరు పేరున కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
So several actors were present there, including actor Balakrishna and of course Chiranjeevi, the elder brother of Pavan Kalyan, who took oath today after Chandrababu Naidu. That's the famous photo op with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister arrived a short while ago. He took part in the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah, who arrived last night. He also held meetings with Chandrababu Naidu over the final shape of the Council of Ministers. Uma, coming to you, help us understand the significance of all the ministers who have been sworn in and also the kind of guests who were there, particularly the NDA allies. What does this mean for the new NDA government in the centre and also in Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, indeed, a very happy family. That's what the NDA is looking like, and with adequate representation from all sections, all parties, all allies. And yes, enough of enough of the very influential and well-known faces. The Prime Minister not missing out on, despite the kind of a schedule that he has to go to Odisha now for the next swearing-in ceremony, and yet he made the time to meet each one of those people. Making an effort to have that photo op with a Chiranjeevi and a Pavan Kalyan as well, raising hands and posing for pictures with those two very, very popular men in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and of course Rajnikant and Lata Rajnikant, as you were mentioning. There was also OPS on screen who is in fact did work as part of the NDA in Tamil Nadu, though they did lose the elections there. But the entire scene that you see there is something that is looking set for harmonious relations with the centre, blessings of the centre for a state of Andhra Pradesh, and being able to take the agenda forward, the mandate that the people of Andhra Pradesh have given. And Chandrababu Naidu, very conscious of the fact that Pavan Kalyan has played that very important role in his government, and therefore giving him that kind of a status and stature wherever he is seen in public. That is, I think, a very important signal, not just for politically speaking, but also to the cadre of Janasena. And earlier we were talking about Pavan Kalyan and Janasena will naturally have an ambition to grow in this state as like Mr. Pulara was pointing out, perhaps fight elections in a larger number of seats, and the huge disappointment that they have had that he had been limited to the number of seats. The turning point really had come for Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam, with Pavan Kalyan going to Rajamandri when Chandrababu Naidu was in jail, and making that statement that I am going to be fighting the election along with Chandrababu Naidu, along with Telugu Desam, even when he was part of the NDA, knowing fully well that Delhi may be frowning on something like this, because at that time they were not really feeling positive about it, Chandrababu Naidu. But everything has changed now. The magic of victory playing itself out in Andhra Pradesh, where the huge mandate that the NDA has got is something that is being now celebrated by all those who contributed to it, including the Prime Minister.
Can I just add one sentence?
Please.
I have not seen such a star-studded event in Andhra for a long time. That's one thing. And for the last 5 years, for good or bad, we have been hearing only bad news about AP. Hopefully, this alliance is going to produce some good results, positive results for the state.
So the entire state is watching and hoping for positive results. In terms of
there are a lot of expectations.
Lot of expectations.
Also, Uma, help us understand the 3 women ministers who have been sworn in as part of the Andhra Assembly cabinet, Vangalapudi Anita and S. Savita and also Sandhya Rani. Tell us a little bit about who are these women and what can we expect from them in terms of governance and politics?
Okay, Anita Vangalapudi is again someone who also belongs to the SC community. So in that sense, representation for her gender as well as her caste. And all 3 of them are in fact first-time ministers. Gummadi Sandhya Rani, Savita.
Scheduled caste.
Yeah, scheduled caste.
Scheduled tribe, sorry.
Scheduled tribe. Gummadi Sandhya Rani, the only scheduled tribe person in the cabinet. And all 3 of them are new faces. So whether gender will play a big part,
Savita
I don't
is
know.
from backward community.
Backward class community.
From Rayalaseema.
So how much was their contribution?
And they're all new.
They're all new, debut.
They're all first timers. Vangalapudi Anita has been around for some time. She was MLA during 2014 and 19. And she was also, I think, the head of women's wing of TDP.
She was heading the Telugu Desam women's wing in Andhra Pradesh.
But they are newcomers as far as the ministry is concerned.
Right.
So I think they wanted to encourage newcomers. And they wanted to have at least 3 or 4 women. So they managed to squeeze in 3 MLAs.
Which is a good number in a cabinet of 24, I would think, other than Chief Minister, because you don't see many other experienced faces either of women here. Opportunity. Chandrababu Naidu has been known to give opportunity to the young in many senses. He has done that in the past as well. And here the 3 women ministers are new, yes, but hopefully will be able to deliver on the ministries that they are handed over to them.
Right. Uma, you've also tracked Chandrababu Naidu for last so many years. Chandrababu Naidu himself has been in politics for last 40 years. He has been Chief Minister and also Leader of Opposition several times. Tell us what is the difference, in him being part of the government, head of the government, and also somebody who is the opposition leader. How does his politics change, and what can we expect in the upcoming government of the TDP?
One thing about Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is that he's a very resilient leader. He's someone who started his career actually in the Congress and as a youth leader even was part of the Sanjay Gandhi team. I mean, rather he supported that time during the emergency and subsequently...
I think right now we can talk about his resilience, as you pointed out, by comparing to the BRS leader KCR.
In terms of being able to move,
to stay afloat.
Yes.
Even during...
Chandrababu Naidu, he did, from the Congress, he came to the Telugu Desam and subsequently became a minister, first a minister in the Congress as well.
Yes,
and then
in
became
1978.
Yes, and then he joined N.T. Ramarao, who was his father-in-law, and then we all know about the story of how he took over the Telugu Desam party in 95, but subsequently what Chandrababu Naidu did was from 2004 to 2014, he was in fact in the wilderness, and you would have thought that possibly someone like him will he be able to last that time, but he actually prepped for that entire period. He was a very active member of the opposition as well, and I think his bigger, more toughest place for Chandrababu Naidu was between 2014 and 2024. That is the time when in fact many fingers were raised on multiple cases against him. One of the ministers who's been sworn in, P. Narayana, he is also someone who was named in cases, alleged land scam around the Amravati, so multiple cases. And for a person of the stature of Chandrababu Naidu, who is celebrated not just in his own state. In fact, whenever I would travel to other states in in the south or elsewhere, people would say, you have this chief minister who is so forward-looking. I remember Tamil Nadu would do that as well. And for someone like that, it's the resilience that showed up, and his image of being pro-development, pro-economic reforms, that is something that he has used well, but he also realized that he needs to have that other agenda of being a people's person, and therefore he did not want to take any chances, and that's why included the entire welfare agenda while promising development, investment and jobs as well. And those are going to be big challenges for him. They have said some 20 lakh jobs is what they'll create in the next 5 years. Those are challenges ahead. Now of course right away the wait will be for what are the ministries that he is going to allot to Nara Lokesh, to Pawan Kalyan and to the rest of his team. Back to you.
Thank you, Uma Sudhir, for joining us with those details and also all our experts. So, big day for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. Pawan Kalyan, the actor turned politician and the head of Janasena, has also taken oath after him. He's going to play an important role in the Andhra Assembly Cabinet. And of course, Nara Lokesh, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, and also the General Secretary of TDP will also be part of the Cabinet. Several ministers have been sworn in. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there, and there was a lot of camaraderie and also bonhomie between all the NDA allies, with many of them present at the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. We will keep tracking that and all the headlines for you. But time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल.
From defense to
Welcome back. Politics continues in the city of Delhi over water crisis, the ongoing water crisis in the midst of a heat wave that's going on in the capital city. Allegations of flying are flying thick and fast as Delhi's water shortage intensifies, and political row now sparked by it continues to escalate. On Tuesday, the BJP accused Delhi Water Minister Atishi of lying, and she in turn said that the BJP-ruled Haryana government was being dishonest about letting water in Delhi. Delhi LG VK Saxena, meanwhile, has also waded into the controversy, claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party was misrepresenting facts. In fact, this is Delhi Water Wars, and Aam Aadmi Party has promised action. Let's look at this. My colleague Gishika has more details on this.
As you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen, and while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal, and that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person Rohit is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because because this is, this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then, goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that, the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak canal that can be then, be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact, if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnivas sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact, the private water tanker that is present here, continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly, you can see that how, liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is, for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is, happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here, the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water. And here as well, we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in, less than 12 hours. But certainly, we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when, the water, in fact, they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly, this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
Moving on, the Inquiry Commission looking into alleged irregularities in the power sector during the previous Bharat Rashtra Samiti government's tenure in Telangana has issued notices to former Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and several others, and has sought their responses as part of its ongoing probe.
He has been asked to reply by the 15th of June, but he has sought time till the 30th of July, which maybe make it tough for the Commission because their term is in fact expiring before that. But what I must point out is that for the first time, the former Chief Minister being called in by this probe panel at a time when in fact the phone tapping issue also is something that is indicating some political hand in the BRS there as well. So three things here. One, they're talking about the power purchase agreement with Chhattisgarh Chhattisgarh, saying that no tenders were issued when the power purchase agreement was entered into with Chhattisgarh that cost 1,362 crore rupees. That the cost of 1 megawatt of power was 9.7 crores, whereas Jharkhand at the same time had got it for 5.5 crore rupees, and therefore irregularity being alleged here. The second part of it is the building of the Dadri thermal power plant and the Bhadradri thermal power plant, and in both of those there is allegation once again of irregularities, saying that subcritical technology was used, which has all caused a loss to the exchequer. The numbers that are being spoken about, the cost is about 4,700 crore rupees in the case of one of the Yadadri project, and 9,700 rupees in the case of the 9,300 crore rupees, I beg your pardon, in the case of the Bhadradri unit. And already the officials who were involved in this have been called by the commission for questioning. That includes Prabhakar Rao, who was quite a high profile person who headed the GENCO, and he has been called in for questioning. Also the Energy Secretary, former Chief Secretary S.K. Joshi, as well as Mr. Arvind Kumar, all of them already been called in for questioning. And the Chief Minister himself, after placing a white paper on the power sector on the floor of the Assembly, had spoken about irregularities and scandals, and that would require probing, and he was waiting for the election process to get over to once again step up the heat on these inquiries that he is going to be carrying out in this particular case. This comes in fact at a time when the Congress government in fact itself is facing criticism for power cuts and so on, and he's pointing fingers at the kind of debt that the previous government had left for him in the power sector. He says not just accumulated losses of more than 60,000 crore rupees, but also debt of more than 80,000 crore rupees in the power sector.
Moving on, World Bank has raised India's GDP prediction. It's been revised to 6.6% now. My colleague from NDTV, Prophet Vishwanath Nair, has more details on this.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. But despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government, and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the Indian economy continues to remain within the RBI's tolerance band of 4% or plus and minus 2%. So that these are factors that are helping India's growth story. Alongside that, of course, the trade deficit has been narrowing across the South Asian region, specifically in India. Overall, in the South Asian region, inflation has remained elevated, except in India, where that inflation number remains within the tolerance band. But going ahead, this is likely to remain within range, remain range bound. And for the broader economy, it is likely to continue at a level which is acceptable for the RBI. Now, what the World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report is also suggesting is that for the first time in 3 years globally, you're likely to see growth stabilizing, because remember, for the last couple of years that growth has been sliding even after even after the COVID pandemic ended. So those are some green shoots that are showing up on a global scale, but of course for the India story, things are looking really, really good.
Moving on, India has a new Army Chief. Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi has been appointed the new Army Chief of India. Lieutenant General Dwivedi is to replace General Manoj Pandey. He will take charge as the Army Chief on June 30th. One of the world's largest armies is set to get a new chief, with the government announcing that Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi will take over as the Chief of Army Staff from General Manoj Pandey on the 30th of June. Lieutenant General Dwivedi, who has been decorated with several medals and of course several decorations, is currently the Vice Chief of Army Staff and will take charge on the afternoon of 30th of June, the day General Pandey demits office. He was born in 1964. Lieutenant General Dwivedi was commissioned into the Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, an infantry regiment of the Indian Army, on the 15th of December 1984. In his 40 years of service, he has held a wide variety of roles and responsibilities. His command appointments include Commandment of Regiment, 18 J&K Rifles, Assam Rifles. He's been the DIG Assam Rifles and several other responsibilities. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A star-studded oath ceremony for Chandrababu Naidu as he is sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Jansena Chief and alliance partner Pawan Kalyan also sworn in. So it's a fourth term for Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister, as you can see there, also on stage and attending the oath-taking ceremony. 24 ministers take oath today. So TDP National President Chandrababu Naidu there, having taken oath once again for a fourth time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. TDP, BJP, part of this government. There you can see his son as well, who took oath today. Nara Lokesh, who has been credited with the victory, given his long Pad Yatra that he took out, as well as getting membership drive for the TDP. Home Minister Amit Shah is also there to attend the oath-taking ceremony. In fact, today there are two oath-taking ceremonies. Chandrababu Naidu as well as the Chief Minister of Odisha will be taking oath. This is the fourth time that Chandrababu Naidu is taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Along with him, 24 members of his cabinet also took oath. As we mentioned, Prime Minister was there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief and Health Minister JP Nadda attended the grand event that took place on the outskirts of Vijayawada. Several top celebrities were also there, and you could see that Prime Minister congratulating Mr. Naidu after he took oath with a hug. Besides Mr. Naidu, Jansena Chief Pawan Kalyan also took oath, and he is likely to be the Deputy Chief Minister. That's what NDTV has heard from its sources, though those will be announced later, the portfolios and who will be in what position. Jansena and NDA ally won 21 seats in the assembly polls. Nara Lokesh, Mr. Naidu's son, as we said, also expected to hold an important portfolio in the Andhra government, and he too took oath along with 22 others. Now, TDP is also, as we have been reporting, also one of those who helped the BJP form government, part of the NDA government at the centre as well. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Uma Sudhir. And Uma, so for a fourth time, Chandrababu Naidu back as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. This time, alliance partners, you have Pawan Kalyan, who too took oath, and the speculation is that he could be the Deputy Chief Minister.
Yes, indeed. Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 will be hoping that the double-engine Sarkar, as it is often called, with an NDA government in the state as well as the NDA government at the centre, will help Andhra Pradesh, and he will be able to justify the responsibility that the huge mandate that the people of Andhra Pradesh have delivered for the NDA. As you mentioned, they have won 164 out of the 175 assembly seats and 21 out of the 25 Lok Sabha seats the NDA has won. And the show that we saw today with the Prime Minister, with Mr. Amit Shah, with JP Nadda, all senior leaders, and also a star-studded event with Rajnikant, Ram Charan, and the Konidala family, Chiranjeevi, and others. Of course, they were certainly there also to support their brother Pawan Kalyan, his brother Pawan Kalyan, with who Pawan Kalyan and Chiranjeevi also posed for that photograph with Prime Minister Modi, someone who the Prime Minister seems to be very fond of as well, and he called him ye Pawan nahi Andhi hai. That's what he said during the meeting in Delhi. And Pawan Kalyan also endearing himself in a sense to the Prime Minister, because he's someone who's seen as making this alliance happen despite the kind of reluctance that the BJP had towards Telugu Desam just a couple of months ago, and yet he made the alliance happen, and they have come to this kind of numbers, and which has actually served the BJP also in very good stead, because this number falling short could have been trouble as well. So therefore, now with the NDA in good numbers, Chandrababu Naidu has three main agendas. You were mentioning the team that Chandrababu Naidu has picked and the order in which it had happened. Konidala, Pawan Kalyan expected to be the Deputy Chief Minister, and next to him is Nara Lokesh, someone who is certainly second in the pecking order in the Telugu Desam, but will certainly play a younger brother role to Pawan Kalyan as far as the government in Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Yes, the caste
as you
equations,
said,
regional
it's
equations,
it's Chandrababu Naidu 4.0. As you said, it's Chandrababu Naidu 4.0. So, what are going to be his key priorities? We do know Amravati, the capital that he'd envisioned, is definitely going to be one of those. So tell us more about what you're hearing. What will be the key priorities of his new government?
Chandrababu Naidu himself has spelled out what his priorities are going to be, and he has said that the top priority certainly is building of Amravati as that capital that he had proposed in his first term as Chief Minister of the bifurcated state of Andhra Pradesh. If at that time we spoke about huge challenges, financial challenges, Chandrababu Naidu had, in a sense, should I say, set the ball rolling with the investments tied in, with the plans, with the master plans made, and by the time he was voted out in 2019, 15,000 crore rupees had been spent on it. There was infrastructure that had developed, the roads that are there. Like our ground report from our reporter Aishwarya had indicated, it had turned into a ghost city. But once again, action on Amravati started even before the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. JCBs were brought in to clear the ground and to start the work at war pace. That's what it is. So first priority is certainly Amravati. The big mandate that they have received will help them to once again bring in private investment as well into Amravati. They know that government funds alone are not going to be enough to build such a huge capital, whether it's the state funds or the central government funds, and therefore private investment is going to be big there. Second one is going to be Polavaram getting a national project status. That is something that the farmers of Andhra Pradesh have been waiting for the longest period of time, and therefore the completion of that project will also help in the economic prosperity of of the entire state, in fact, and that is a very fertile belt of the country itself, and something that can help the agricultural sector. The third one is going to be the welfare, because remember, Chandrababu Naidu did not want to take any chances, and the manifesto that he put forth had Jagan's welfare agenda plus investment plus jobs plus industry. All that is a plus, and therefore he has to also fulfill what Jagan Mohan Reddy had promised and what he had in fact upped actually a notch or two, if not more, and that is also something that he needs to deliver, while saying that industry and jobs, 20 lakh jobs in 5 years is what he has promised, and therefore he has to set the ball rolling on it. Someone who came with the legacy of having built the IT, Hyderabad as that IT capital, putting it on the world map of IT, now would like to leave a legacy of Amravati and giving that new life once again to Andhra Pradesh, which is in a bad state financially speaking. And therefore, I expect that politically things are going to be very smooth, both at the centre and the state, as far as the ally Telugu Desam is concerned, for sure, because even though Chandrababu Naidu, as opposed to the NDA at the centre, NDA in Chandrababu Naidu's land, he has full majority. He actually doesn't require any ally, but he certainly needs the friendship and the support of the centre, and therefore he's not going to rock any boats. I would think one of the reasons why he did not bargain really or push hard for more ministries is also because he was more keen on the administrative and the financial support that he can get from the centre, not the special package, perhaps the issue on which he left the NDA in 2018, but certainly something that is going to take Andhra Pradesh forward.
Right, Uma, interesting you say that, because here in Delhi circles, one of the speculation is the reason a speaker has not been announced yet for the Lok Sabha is because that was a post that TDP was very keen on, and therefore, those talks are ongoing, and perhaps soon, and the BJP is not going to give up on that speaker's position. So I think after this, they were waiting for the swearing in to get over, and after that, the announcement will come. But, I remember as a young reporter, this image of Chandrababu Naidu as the technocrat CEO of Andhra Pradesh. Later, he felt, and he said this in interview, that perhaps that worked against him, in terms of the image of being aloof from the, as you spoke about, the agricultural issues of Andhra Pradesh, of the Janta of Andhra Pradesh. So this time around, perhaps he'll do it differently. As you said, a lot of focus on what's going to be his legacy. Also with, 24 having taken oath today. Tell us about other concerns that would have been kept in mind, regional, caste, as well as groups.
Okay, Chandrababu Naidu in his earlier terms is going to be different from Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 from 2024 onwards. Yes, he has learnt his lessons from the earlier terms as Chief Minister. Yes, it was very fancy and it made the headlines when he was called the CEO of Andhra Pradesh, but he was accused of neglecting the rural sector at that time. And remember, Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy, who went on that Padyatra across Andhra Pradesh, promised free power. He reached out to the farmers of Andhra Pradesh, and that is where the mandate of the Congress in 2004 came from. And Andhra Pradesh, as you know, contributed hugely to the UPA coming to power at the center as well in 2004 itself. And 2009 was no different a story. Staying 10 years in the political wilderness and then coming back to power in 2014, Naidu used not just his experience as someone who has built a brand for Hyderabad, and at that time he promised people that Andhra Pradesh is going to be once again that dream project that I'm going to take it up. And that's one of the big reasons why, despite a very small vote difference between Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP and the TDP, that was also an NDA with the BJP and the TDP fighting that election together, Chandrababu Naidu managed to do that. But this time round, he is not making any such mistakes. Even when he has declared that Amravati is going to be that capital, he doesn't want to disappoint people in Visakhapatnam. And yesterday itself, he has made that statement saying that the Visakhapatnam will be developed as the financial economic capital of the state. And Rayalaseema, which was considered as the strength of the Congress earlier, erstwhile, and then YSRCP, that has also been rewarded. In fact, Kurnool and Anantapur are getting 3 ministers each, which is not the case, say, in Chittoor district, which is Chandrababu Naidu's own district, where only there is one person, Chandrababu Naidu, and of course his son has won from Mangalgiri and therefore being in the ministry as well. But caste equations, 3 Reddys in his cabinet, because Reddy is a community that you cannot ignore in Andhra Pradesh. They are politically very influential. There are 5 Kamas, including the Chief Minister. There are 4 Kapus as well. Backward classes also, the BC community also represented well there with 7 numbers. There is 2 SC people have been given the birth, Mala and Madiga, and there's an ST representative as well. Women are 3 in number. There is also a minority minister in Mohammad Farooq who has been taken in. And yes, remember that there is a BJP minister in this particular cabinet, Satya Kumar Yadav, and he is someone who was very visible in his criticism of the YSRCP and taking on someone like that. And he's a core BJP person, someone who is identified as a BJP person, and someone even worked with Venkaiah Naidu as his PS. And therefore, I would reckon that he would have the kind of contacts and the kind of networking that we know Mr. Venkaiah Naidu to have. And having been his PS, he would have also a similar kind of a network, I would reckon. And that may also be brought into play when you have to interact with different people. Of course, 3 people from the Janasena, that includes Pawan Kalyan, Nadendra Manohar, and also a 3rd person, which also is again is a balance of equations that the Janasena needs to do. For Chandrababu Naidu, it's important to keep Pawan Kalyan within his camp also, because the opposition at this point is a little weak. You have only 11 MLAs that Jagan Mohan Reddy has, and there is a political space in the opposition. And if the Janasena and the Pawan Kalyan want to grow, they need to also try and take that space. So I don't expect that to happen in a hurry. Right now, their task and their goal will really be able to deliver on the expectations of the people of Andhra Pradesh, keep it stable, because their single point agenda had been to remove YSRCP and Jagan Mohan Reddy, and possibly in the 3rd or 4th year we may start seeing that kind of political distancing that may happen between Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan, if he does want to occupy that political space, which as of now is looking a little weak in Andhra Pradesh. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us there. And Uma has, of course, covered the many avatars of Chandrababu Naidu, and now Chandrababu 4.0 having taken oath as Chief Minister once again of Andhra Pradesh. Well, moving on to news now that's coming in from Karnataka involving the murder case in which popular Kannada actor, leading man Darshan Thogudeepa was arrested yesterday in connection with this particular murder of a man who allegedly said sent obscene text to his partner, and she too was questioned. In fact, 13 people in all were arrested in this case, including Darshan and the actress as well. Now, this case involves the murder of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, whose body was found in Bengaluru on the 9th of June. He worked for a pharmacy company and had allegedly posted obscene messages on social media on Pavitra Gowda, who is Darshan's partner. And this has been quite a sensational case. There you can see some CCTV footage that also shows the body being dumped and the vehicle that was carrying the body as well. I remember the body was found in a nala. And it's been a case that has really created a sensation in Sandalwood. That's the film industry of Karnataka. Now, the latest developments are that the 4 accused have been taken from the police station to the spot where the body was dumped, where it was found, apparently discovered by a night watchman. And they're going to conduct, recreate the crime scene, as it were, and ask the accused about it. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. So, Pratibha, 4 of the accused in this entire murder plot, details of which, are still emerging, but have been taken to the spot where the body was dumped. We do know there's that CCTV footage of the night where a vehicle can be seen, and this allegedly is the vehicle in which the body was carried and then dumped.
So there are 2 things to this. One is that the body or the person was assaulted at a different place and the body was dumped at a different place. So both of these spots now gain a lot of importance because all of the accused, around more than 10 of them who are in the police net right now, will have to be brought in groups to both of these scenes of crime to find out how they could recreate the crime scene and find out if the statements would corroborate circumstantial evidences that are found there. Now, this is part of the routine because the police have around 6 days of custody with respect to Darshan as well as the others, and these 6 days become extremely crucial for the police to gather every evidence possible to find out how this case could be reached, reach its logical end. And that is how they are working on this. With 6 days in hand, statements, interrogation, as well as spot inquest become part of the routine. All eyes are also on the kind of details that could emerge with respect to intense interrogation of Darshan, because we are talking of an actor who's not new to controversies. We are talking of something that is extremely serious, like a murder case here, and his involvement, whether he was there at the scene of crime or not, because we do see a CCTV, like you mentioned, we do see an SUV in the CCTV, like you mentioned, but then in this particular case, whether Darshan was inside the vehicle or not is yet to be determined as well as established. Back to you.
Right, and Pratibha, just for our viewers, this is quite, the reasons for this, the alleged reasons for this murder are also quite sensational, that it was to do with some obscene messages that were directed towards Parvati, that is being seen as the reason for this person having been called here and then murdered by a group of people. We still don't know what exactly. Pavitra, I beg your pardon, Pavitra Gowda, we don't know exactly what is the role of Darshan in this entire matter, whether he orchestrated it, was he directly involved. All this is not clear right now.
That's right. In fact, the body was found on June 9th, and this triggered the entire investigation by the police here, who rounded up around 10 people there. And based on the interrogation, actor Darshan's name cropped up. Now, most of them, at least around 60% or 70% of the people nabbed, all belong to Darshan's fan club. And that is how the link was established, and immediately the police tried to pick up actor Darshan for questioning. Another important link, like you mentioned, is the message that was exchanged between Renuka Swamy, the deceased, and Pavitra Gowda, the person who actor Darshan seems to have been closely involved with. And these messages could have perhaps become the motive behind this crime, is something that needs to be investigated by the police at this point in time. And that is how the police zeroed in on actor Darshan yesterday in Mysuru, where he was picked up in the morning. Intense interrogation was on, and by evening they recorded the arrest produced him before the magistrate along with his touted girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. Now both of them are going to be interrogated, continue to be interrogated today to find out if these details could be corroborated as well as established in order to find out the motive behind this crime. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, we're seeing visuals now coming of the spot where the accused have been taken. This is where the body was also found in a nala there, discovered, I think due to, some stray dogs in the area, and a watchman who is the one who actually discovered the body. We also know, Pratibha, that the deceased, the Renuka Swami, he is the only son of his parents. He has a young wife who is pregnant as well. So what has the reaction in the public been to this? We know that Darshan is a very popular star, and the Kannada film industry itself, there's a lot of obsession around the stars there. So what has the general reaction been to the fact that that he has been accused of this murder, or accused to be involved in the entire plot to murder this man?
Well, to give you an idea of the fandom that Darshan enjoys here, more than a decade ago, Darshan was put behind bars based on a complaint that was filed by his wife. And the charges were revolving around wife beating at that point in time. And though this case was settled, they arrived at an out-of-court settlement and everything was fine. But he did spend several nights in jail. It was the same year that one of his movies released and it became a blockbuster. And so that gives you a fair idea of the fandom that Darshan enjoys here. He ranks at least in the top 5 of the top actors here in Karnataka. As far as the Kannada film industry goes, he started his career with soap operas and then entered the film industry. Over 50 films in his kitty there. And he's also not a man who's new to controversies there. There was a time when he was also involved in an altercation with a waiter, which was blown out of proportion at that point in time. Also another case which involved an altercation with another producer. So Darshan is both an on-screen personality as well as an off-screen very rough man. Is how he's portrayed to be. And this time around, of course, a murder case that Darshan has been charged with has definitely sent shockwaves along the film fraternity as well as the fan association. What was also interesting is that yesterday, when Darshan's interrogation was on at the Annapurneshwari police station here in Bengaluru, most of them were gathered there, and it was raining quite heavily. They were braving the rains and standing there just to express their solidarity for Darshan. Slogans of "Come back, Darshan, come back, we are here for you." These were the slogans that were echoing right outside the police station ever since he was there, lodged at that police station yesterday for interrogation. So that's the kind of scenario that you witness here in Karnataka. On one hand, you have people who are expressing shock. On the other, you have people who are expressing solidarity as well.
That's right. Yesterday we spoke to some actors from the film industry who expressed their shock and also their hope that Darshan would come out of this entire matter. And they said, hope there will be more clarity and, their disbelief of him being involved in a murder like this. But Pratibha, for viewers, just take us through, all the developments. This murder took place on the 8th of June. The body was discovered on the 9th. We do know that around 13 people, I think in all, have been arrested. And it is the questioning that led the police to the actor, Darshan.
Yes, it all started on 9th of June when a security guard discovered the body next to an apartment here in Bengaluru. And it was in quite a dilapidated condition because we're talking of dogs that were feeding on this body. And immediately he alerted the police, and the police then traced the CCTV footage to identify the deceased here. And that is how they could identify the body of Renuka Swami, a 33-year-old hailing from Chitradurga, running a medical shop there. How did he really come to Bengaluru? What was the reason is yet to be established. And number two, while rounding up the people who were involved in this, they did arrest around 10 of them. And upon questioning them, actor Darshan's name cropped up. Added to that, there were also these social media posts of Renuka Swami where lewd messages directed at Pavitra Gowda was also present. And this is how the police narrowed down on actor Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda. Yesterday, it was only when the arrest of actor Darshan was recorded that the entire news came to light. And right since morning, the interrogation has been on. Further details should emerge after the interrogation, but based on the statements that would come out of Darshan's stable. And we will also find out what kind of evidences would be gathered by the police to find out if this motive was actually the truth, and if the scene of crime also involved actor Darshan's presence. All of these still remain unanswered. The hows and whens are yet to be answered by the police.
All right, so we're bringing you the latest developments in this murder case in which Kannada actor Darshan has been linked to. A total 13 people have been arrested, and now 4 of those arrested people taken to the spot where the body of this man was found, the 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, and the reason for his murder is said to be that he had sent obscene texts and also made some social media posts on actor Pavitra Gowda, who is the partner of Darshan. And as we said, 13 people in all have been arrested, and interrogation of those initially arrested had led the police to Darshan. Pratibha, what more do we know about the other people who have been arrested, and how did the police get to them also, if you could take us through that?
Well, it was only based on the CCTV footage that worked as one of the most crucial pieces of evidence for the police. And they traced Renuka Swamy's movements back and found out that it was at a shed in R.R. Nagar that he could have perhaps been assaulted, and then his body was taken to the other place in Kamakshi Palya, where his body was found near an apartment, and it was dumped right there. And it was at around 2 or 3 a.m. Where they see an SUV heading out of the shed, which could perhaps be the SUV belonging to actor Darshan. So these were the things that that the evidences that were gathered by the police that led them to narrow down on the 10 people who were seen in some of the CCTV footage in and around as they were tracing the movement of Renuka Swamy back. And as the arrest of those 10 people happened, they realized that most of them belonged to the fan associations of actor Darshan. And that is how they zeroed in on actor Darshan based on the interrogation as well as the answers that were elicited upon questioning these 10. And now they have arrived at actor Darshan along with the 10 others as well as Pavitra Gowda, who are being interrogated, and some of them who have been taken to the scene of crime to find out if circumstantial evidences as well as their statements could be corroborated together. And in this also will follow the procedure in terms of the court procedure, because they have 6 days in hand. What would be actor Darshan, the lawyer's move, is also something to be closely watched at this point in time. All of the legal procedures as well as the investigative procedures are going hand in hand at this point in time as we talk. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us there. So we'll continue to track all these developments taking place in this sensational murder case involving a 33-year-old, as Pratibha was telling us, who was allegedly the reason behind his murder were his obscene messages and posts regarding actress Pavitra Gowda, who is the partner of Darshan Thogodeepa, who was arrested yesterday from his farmhouse in Mysuru. Now, 4 of the accused have been taken to the spot where the body was dumped. Remember, CCTV footage, as Pratibha was telling us, played a key role in tracking down those responsible for the murder. With that, we'll slip into a short break. A lot more coming up on the other side. A look at Delhi's water crisis, all the latest developments. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, you would feel yourself to be in that action. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, you would experience the scent of a pit stop.
Welcome back. Now, a significant development that we reported right here on NDTV. The UGC has taken a decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year in January and February, and then in July and August. This will be from the next academic year. What the UGC has said, that biannual university admissions will help students maintain motivation since they don't have to wait a full year to be admitted, and this will also help universities who plan to do these biannual admissions, that they can do the academic planning and resource planning accordingly. In fact, we spoke to Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, chairman of UGC.
Why this shift and what is the rationale behind this move?
You know, the current UGC regulations permit our universities and colleges to admit the students only once in an academic year. So typically in July, August, the admissions happen and the academic year ends in May or June. But however, many students who miss the admission in July and August, they had to wait for one full year. So we wanted to see if biannual admissions are permitted in the universities, what will be the response of the students? So we first tried it in the online and distance mode education. Last year, we took a decision that in all the 80 universities which offer the online programs, let us permit the biannual admission also. And for our surprise, we found that in July 2023, in the first cycle of the admission in the online programs, about 20 lakh students joined. And when we did the second cycle admission in January, nearly 500,000 students joined. If we did not offer them admission in January, they would have been forced to wait for next July for admission.
All right, moving on to news from Delhi and the water crisis. Now, the Supreme Court has asked the Delhi government to list action taken to control the wastage of water in the national capital, as the national capital suffers from this water shortage. Now, the Delhi government, which had moved the Supreme Court seeking directions to Haryana to release its share of water, has been told to file an affidavit on Thursday. Remember, the BJP has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by its own mishandling of resources, and also demanded answers from Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, the two ministers in charge. Atishi even addressed a press conference a short while ago, had addressed a press conference on this issue, where AAP counter-attacked by alleging that the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the city's share of water despite claiming to do so. It has also fired shots at the Lieutenant Governor who said not to do a blame game. So as we said, politics are continuing and allegations of lying also, flying thick and fast. And this as the people of Delhi continue to suffer. The BJP yesterday accused the Delhi Water Minister of lying, and she in turn accused the Haryana government of not releasing the share of water. Well, let's go across to Ishika, who's been
mentioning that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen, and while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal, and that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person Rohit is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now the Rajnava sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water, and here as well we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in less than 12 hours. But certainly we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when the water in fact they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
All right, moving on now to news from Jammu and Kashmir, where there's concern over multiple terror attacks. An encounter has taken place between terrorists, and a second Pakistani terrorist has been killed in Kathua, where a counter is on between terrorists and security forces in Doda after they attacked an army base late last night. 5 soldiers and a special police officer have been injured in this shootout. Now, what's worrying is that this is the third such incident in the last 3 days after terrorists had opened fire in Kathua, injuring a civilian, and at a bus carrying pilgrims in Riyasi, which killed 9 passengers, and that bus, I remember, had fallen into a gorge. Now, a CRPF Jawan has been killed and 6 security personnel were injured in 2 overnight encounters with terrorists in Kathua and Doda districts. So a second terrorist has now been killed in Kathua is the latest information coming in. Let's go across to Nazir for more. Nazir, give us the latest.
Well, second militant has been killed in this operation, which started late yesterday evening. After, according to police, militants tried to, they barged into this village. They were asking for the drinking water from villagers. They raised the hue and cry, shut their doors and informed the police. And when police came, militant tried to lob a grenade, which actually first exploded in his hand, and appears that the first militant killing happened because of his own grenade explosion. But the second militant was killed today after a shootout in which 1 CRPF Jawan was killed. In fact, militant also targeted a senior police officer. Their vehicle was also hit by bullets. And after killing up this militant, what we are hearing that an M4 US rifle has been recovered. Remember, all these foreign militants who come here are carrying these state-of-art weapons, M4. Recent attack on the Yatris in Riyasi, M4 weapons were also, a rifle carbine was used by militants as well. Those cartridges were recovered from the site of the attack. And then there's another operation which is still going on in Doda, where 6 security force personnel, 5 army men and 1 SPO, they were injured in the attack on army base in Doda late last evening. Even as the operation is underway, but it appears militants have managed to escape, taking advantage of the mountainous region and the forest in the area. Badrwa Pathankot road has been closed, but the larger challenge is that the areas which were free from militancy for almost 2 decades have again become big challenge when it comes to the law and order, security and militancy in Jammu region. Jammu was free from militancy, but if we see from October 2024, only in Poonch Rajouri region, 39 army soldiers, including special forces personnel officers, have been killed. 20 civilians have also been killed in multiple attacks. And then the shadow of terror is now spreading to other areas, be it Kathua or in Doda, which was free from militancy. And there have been reportedly multiple groups operating in these areas. So actually what is happening, the militants are trying to increase the cost of engagement for the security forces so that they are spread in different parts. After Galwan incident, it was army had to pull out troops from the Pir Panjal region, Poonch Rajouri area, and deploy them in the eastern Ladakh. But because of the attacks over the last 2 years, army had to redeploy 1 more brigade in the same area. So there are a security challenge and a very serious security challenge. The timing of these attacks is very, very important. Number one, it's not just a coincidence that 3 major incidents happened within 72 hours. It appears to be coordinated. Number 2, militants appear to have established their presence in different regions of the Jammu province, be it Pir Panjal region, Poonch Rajouri, Riyasi and Udhampur, or Doda, which is called the Chenab Valley region, or the Kathua district, which is bordering the Punjab. It also shows that the infiltration is also taking place from the international border as well. So multiple challenge, complex situation at a time when everybody was talking about militancy has ended. We see militancy actually spreading to the areas which were free from militancy in Jammu areas. And the timing is crucial because all these attacks happened after the recent successful elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Now Election Commission is preparing for the holding assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. And also Amarnath Yatra is round the corner in next few weeks. Yatra will start in Kashmir, and the security for the Yatra remains now biggest challenge.
That's right, Nazir. Very worrying for authorities, for the security as well, given 3 incidents, terror incidents in the last 3 days. And now, Nazir bringing us the latest development in the encounter. A second Pakistani terrorist has been killed in Kathua. Now, we saw the Andhra Chief Minister being sworn in earlier today, and now the new Odisha Chief Minister and the first BJP Chief Minister of Odisha, Mohan Majhi, will be sworn in at a grand swearing-in ceremony. There you can see him meeting with Naveen Patnaik, the former Chief Minister, someone who was in that role for 24 years till the BJP, BJP's victory over the BJD, the Biju Janata Dal, and now a new Chief Minister for the state of Odisha after 24 years. Majhi, a prominent tribal face, one of the names that was doing the rounds, was elected yesterday. The Prime Minister will be attending the swearing-in ceremony, which will take place this afternoon. Also, a balancing act. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers have also been selected. KV Singh, who belongs to an erstwhile royal family, and Pravati Parida. So, keeping the women balance in mind, they will also be sworn in today with Mohan Majhi.
उड़ीसा लोगों का काम करने के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप से दायित्व लिया है और संकल्प भी लिया है। जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो मोदी गारंटी का जो बात बोले काम करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों के मोदी गारंटी का जो काम उसको निश्चित रूप से अगला 5 साल में करके दिखाऊंगा और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों को न्याय दूंगा।
And NDTV's Saurabh also spoke to both the to-be Deputy Chief Ministers.
Your priorities firstly as a woman Deputy CM?
हम लोग यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लड़ाई लड़े थे। जब महिला मोर्चा की अध्यक्ष में थी तभी लड़े थे महिला सुरक्षा के लिए। यहाँ पे पहली बार हमारी सरकार आई है, जो पीएम आके यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री आके बोल के गए थे और उड़िया लोगों ने उनके ऊपर भरोसा करके बीजेपी को वोट दिए थे। प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक एक वादा को हम उड़िया लोगों के लिए काम पे लाएंगे, पूरा करेंगे। और जो बोले थे किसान के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, और जो श्री मंदिर को लेके प्रभु जगन्नाथ जी के लिए भी बोले थे, एक एक करके कल से काम शुरू होगा।
मैम, क्या आप उम्मीद रखे थे कि आप पहली बार जीते हैं और आप उप मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं, मैं तो एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता हूँ। पार्टी जो दायित्व देती है निभाते हैं। मैं पहली बार जीत के आई हूँ। मैंने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि इतने बड़े जिम्मेदारी पार्टी मुझे दे सकती है। मैं इसलिए आभार प्रकट करती हूँ मेरी शीर्ष नेतृत्व, मेरी सीएम पे और मेरी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मनमोहन सामल जी और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी के ऊपर कि उन लोगों ने एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता को एक असाधारण जिम्मेदारी दी है। मैं जगन्नाथ जी के पास गुहारी करती हूँ, माँ मंगला के पास विनती करती हूँ कि ये जिम्मेदारी तुलाने के लिए मुझे शक्ति दे।
एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रवती परिदा। 6-time MLA, now you're a Deputy Chief Minister. What are your priorities as this new BJP government takes over?
I would like to say one thing. You'll see governance. When we were in the alliance with Naveen Babu, at that point of time also, the BJP, the departments held by the BJP ministers delivered. And thereafter, governance came to a total standstill. It was only bureaucratic governance. Now you'll see the true governance in the literal sense.
And sir, this is a very careful calculation by the BJP. You have a tribal face as a chief minister. You have someone from Western Odisha, a royal, as a deputy chief minister, and you have a lady as a deputy chief minister. Clearly, you've addressed every aspiration.
See, the Bharatiya Janata Party looks into all aspects before taking on any decisions, and I must hand it to our central leadership, our parliamentary board, our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Defence Minister, Home Minister, who have looked into all these aspects and then taken a decision.
And the last question before I let you go, I know you've had a long day. Just this election has been about Odia pride. And while, you know, all these things that you mentioned are very important, delivering on these promises, Odia pride is something that perhaps this election has been known for. Do you think this is Mr. Naveen Patnaik's defeat, or do you think VK Pandyan was largely responsible?
I wouldn't like to comment on that. We leave it for to the people to take their decision. They've given one mandate by going for a change of government, and they will give you the answers in the coming days.
And your priorities as Deputy Chief Minister?
We'll talk about all that after the oath.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
All right, moving on to some other news from Uttarakhand now, where an army cheetah chopper there landed in Chauras instead of Dehradun. The chopper was on its way from Joshimath to Dehradun, but was forced to land here after technical problems. So it was an emergency landing in Chauras in Srinagar in Uttarakhand. The Indian Army's cheetah helicopter had to make this emergency landing. The helicopter, as he said, was going from Joshimath to Dehradun, but developed some technical issues, and for security reasons it had to land at the stadium of the Chauras campus of Garhwal University. 2 cheetah helicopters had taken off from Dehradun, but on the way back is when this technical problem was experienced and this emergency landing had to be made. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, what the World Bank said on India's development. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. India will remain the fastest growing major economy, recording a steady growth of 6.7% in the next 3 years, including the current financial year, is what the World Bank has said in its recently released report. Take a look.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. Despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government, and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the